of the day. From the 2 overs we've seen, Hampshire, no runs without loss. So yes, I mentioned there's quite a buzz around Trent Bridge this morning. The weather's been good for a few days, perfect cricket watching weather, and as I was walking in this morning, a smoky flavour in the air because of the food festival. Lots of barbecue food. It's an annual event here at Trent Bridge over the weekend. As Phillips is in from the Radcliffe Road end, and McCacken gets back on ball for the first time in the game. Hit into the ground and then taken on the second bounce by backward point. Phillips once again, full and straight to McCacken. That was a real solid forward defensive. Sounded lovely off the bat actually. So McCacken just settling down now after a bit of a nervy first over, wafting at a few balls outside off stump. Phillips once again on the money, same result, solid in behind it from McCacken. Lots of chat from the Blaze players, lots of encouragement for the young bowler. She sets off once again, 19 on her back, right arm over the wicket. McCacken will get off the mark here, just tuck it into the leg side. Good piece of cricket. And that gets Hampshire's clock ticking. One without loss after 2.4. First runs of the day. Corsella McCacken off the back of 100 in round 3 against Lancashire last Wednesday. 133 not out, chasing down 292. Always a bit of a challenge to back up 100 and carry on in the rich vein of form she is, as Phillips is full this time and Boucher doesn't get all of it, and it's going to be a bit of a teaser for the fielder, and it just makes the rope at the extra cover boundary. Didn't quite get all of that, but got enough of it. And first boundary of the day for Hampshire, first runs of the day for Maya Boucher. It just shows how warm and dry it is out there, because that ball raced away, as you come to expect with international grounds. But we've had such an incredible start to the cricket summer. Phillips in once again, 2 straight this time, down the leg side. Gabby Brown, the umpire, standing at the media end, the Radcliffe Road end. Signals are wide. Yeah, in terms of weather, we've had an incredible start to the English cricket season. Hopefully it continues. Had some run fests so far in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Phillips in once again, back on the money this time, and Maya Boucher's solid there. And that concludes the 3rd over of the day. Hampshire 6 without loss. First boundary of the day, first runs of the day. Just a little bit of gentle shape through the air from both bowlers so far. The odd balls beat the bat. Wicket seems to have enough pace and carry in it so far as well, from what we've seen. It's obviously a used pitch. It's been used for 4 days in the county championship match last week. But similarly to the game here, on the opening day, which was a used county championship pitch. There's lots and lots of runs in this surface still, and just enough in it for the bowlers as Boucher's in, and she's too full this time. It's going to be stroked to that shorter boundary in front of the PFK Smith Cooper stand, and that's 4 runs to McCacken, her first boundary of the day. Very little margin for error when the outfield runs so quick here at Trent Bridge. Back on the money this time, Ballinger. Keeping McCacken at bay. Just gentle push the ball before, raced away to the boundary. Ballinger once again bounding in. Back on the money, can't squeeze that one through the offside. Full again from Maya Boucher, well fielded by Tammy Bowmont, extra cover. McCacken will be happy with how she started to strike the ball now. Maybe perhaps a little bit frustrated that she's not got any value for that shot, but good shot nevertheless. In once again from Boucher. Juices the edge this time. Just be the one, because Charlie Phillips is fielding down at third. That one just angling across the right-handed batter. A few groans from Grace Ballinger, who wears her heart on her sleeve. Bundle of energy as she bounds in. Once again, left arm over the wicket from the Stuart Broad end. She's in now and induces a false shot there from Boucher, who just pushes out in front of herself there. Takes the inside half of the bat, goes straight to ground. It's fielded by mid-wicket, and that concludes the 4th over. Hampshire 11 without loss. We'll talk you through some of the other fixtures around the country very shortly. We'll also be joined by some guests from the Blaze and Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club during the course of the day. Right now you're listening to yours truly, James Carr, live on the Blaze YouTube stream. As Charlie Phillips is going to push off and start the 5th over, and there's a player miss this time. We've seen that in the 1st over when Phillips got the ball to shape away. McCacken just nibbled at the odd ball outside off stump, causing a little bit of alarm for the Hampshire faithful. She hasn't made any thin contact with that one, so she'll survive for another ball. Phillips once again over the wicket. Just adjusts her line, goes a bit straighter this time. McCacken stands tall and solid, plays with a full face of the bat. Been a really good battle so far, these first 4 or so overs. A few plays and misses, bit of shape through the air. The odd false shot, a couple of glorious drives through the offside, one to each batter. Phillips is in once again, and this is a glorious shot from McCacken, who splits point and extra cover, and it's another teaser for the fielders who have to chase it down, but it is in vain. So that takes Hampshire to 15 without loss. McCacken into double figures now, on to 10. It's not been all plain sailing. As I mentioned, quite a few plays and misses. But anything slightly full, McCacken has proficiently put it away to the boundary. Change of field now. Going to reinforce that offside. Backward point, cover point, and an extra cover now. As well as the mid off and the one slip, one gully. So what's Phillips got in response? She's in, and it's a back of a length ball. Dabbed down by McCacken. I'm sure that's what she'll say. I'm sure Phillips will say that it was a bit of an edge. But it's safe and without alarm for the Hampshire batter. McCacken on to 11. Brings Boucher back on strike. She's just the 4 runs, but she's faced the 9 balls so far. McCacken has naturally had most of the strike so far. Phillips in once again, full and straight. Glorious push down the ground by Boucher. It'll just be the 1. It's cut off by mid off. Beautiful presentation of the bat there from the England international. Just pushed it down the ground. Something very satisfying about a forward push straight down the ground. So McCacken back on strike. Last ball of the over from Phillips. McCacken negotiates that rather nicely. And that concludes the 5th. So Hampshire are 17 without loss. Hampshire just settling into this batting innings. Of course, they won the toss, so they'll be pretty confident about going about this innings and trying to compile a score, build some pressure. Bit of a conflab at the moment between Tammy Bowmont, standing captain of course, because Kirsty Gordon currently unavailable. Okay, home injured from the England A Tour of Australia. So, Grace Ballinger back with ball in hand, just pegging Boucher back in her crease there, who plays with a full blade for no run. Ballinger once again, that skip as she comes in, left arm over the wicket, just drops this one a little bit short. Boucher looked like she just started to shuffle down the ground, tickles it into the leg side, and there's no run. Does a little bit of gardening. The odd ball there, just on that length, has stuck in the surface a little bit. Other than that, the pitch has played pretty well. Good carry so far. I'm pleased to say Lucy Hyam has joined us.
Thank you for having me.
Good morning. Ballinger in once again. Backing across this time for Boucher, who stands tall and hits it to backward point for no run. What have you seen so far, Lucy?
It's like a good wicket, doesn't it? Bit in it for the seamers. These two navigating their way through nicely so far. Pretty watchful. I think we need an early one here, to be honest, with the form these two have been in. Yeah,
obviously, McCacken got 133, didn't she? She come off the back of the ton. There's nothing worse than getting a ton than getting a duck next innings. So far, so good for her. As
or catch it.
Ballinger has dropped that one short, and Boucher's climbed into that. She's nailed it through mid-wicket. And for a second, as you could tell from the reaction from Lucy Hyam, we thought there may have been a catch there for Sarah Glenn.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of a plan there, doesn't it, with two short. There's like Catherine Bryce there at a kind of closure straight to mid-wicket, and Sarah Glenn. But definitely one of Boucher's strengths. Want to drop short too many times to her, I don't think.
No, I think the plan is you know, that left arm seam is to kind of tail it in, isn't it, and kind of hit the inside half of the bat and almost cloth it to those 2 mid wickets, isn't it? Boucher is in once again, and one of the first genuine plays and misses we've seen from that end and from Boucher. Great response, having conceded the boundary, the ball before there.
Yeah, looked like a nice delivery, that one from Grace. I'm not sure if that's the one she just tries to hold the line on. Goes away, yeah. And that 2 mid wickets, like you just said, if she's trying to tail the ball back in, it's a great little option for her with a slip in play as well.
I think Boucher has, I mean, she's a very good player, obviously she's got international runs, but she has got a tendency to be a bit loose at times and fall over a straight one, so I think they are trying to kind of hit those big yellow pads that the Hampshire ladies are wearing these days.
They're not subtle, are they?
No, not at all.
Goodness.
So that concludes the 6th. Honours even so far. 21 without loss are Hampshire. The odd balls beat the bat. The odd ball just slightly over pitch has been caressed to the boundary. So I think the early jousting really is probably a good toss to win.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, like you just said, it looks like if you over pitch, it's a good wicket to put it away. The boundary's definitely bigger to the offside as it is now than the other side, and I think the outfield's definitely quicker than it was the other day after the sun that we've had's really obviously a normally quick outfield here, but it's definitely dried up a lot. They'll be chasing too much down here.
Charlie Phillips then from the Radcliffe Road end. A good stroke from a straight blade of McCacken, but can't squeeze that one through. The offside reinforced now with that extra offside fielder, as mentioned in the previous Charlie Phillips over. How's Charlie settled in? Obviously we didn't see her play too much when she came on loan, but had a full winter and now a fully fledged Blaze player. She's in once again, just pegging McCacken back.
She's fitted in really nicely. I think she offers something a bit different to our seam bowling attack, trying to take the ball away from the right-hander. She's quite a slinging action. Not someone I'd like to face the nets, I don't think. Worked incredibly hard. She's a really, really great egg to have in the group, to be honest. And like I said, I think with what she offers to our seam bowling attack, she's been a great asset so far.
It's a point of difference, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
We see a lot of spin, don't we? We see a lot of spin, we see a lot of kind of medium pace, but she's in here and this one's back cut away. Should only be 2 as Grace Ballinger has to do the work coming round from the 3rd region. Yeah, I like that point of difference. She's got the odd slower ball, but she's obviously got the yard of pace, and she's not afraid to bang the ball in and kind of get it above waist height. Well,
that's it. I think a lot of female players naturally will shape the ball back in. I know it's something they've worked on with Lauren Bell, is trying to get her natural shape to go away. And 100% with the slinging action, the short ball is lethal because it does kind of follow you.
She's in once again from the Radcliffe Road end, and this one beats the outside edge of McCacken.
Looks a bit in it from that length.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to hit, obviously, the old cliche, trying to hit the top of off stump, but it does look, I think these two are both a bit susceptible if we can keep hitting that length.
Well, we've seen you don't have to be that full to get driven through extra cover. So I think that hard length, it may just go over the stumps, but it might just catch the shoulder of the bat as well. As we see exactly that there, and almost a carbon copy of the ball before. McCacken looks really compact when the ball is straight, but she's just a little bit curious and a bit unsure outside that off stump.
Yeah, and I like this field from Tammy, keeping slip and gully in. She stationed herself at gully there and said to Ella McCacken, look, if you want to have a go, but just know we've got a couple of catches in, so.
Phillips in once again, driven down the ground. I don't think it's going to get there. Oh, it does. Absolute curse from the commentator there.
It's all your fault, that one.
Yeah, it just bounced a couple of times. I thought it took the sting out of the shot. A glorious shot nevertheless. Full blade, straight back down the ground. And the outstretched Georgia Elwis, I thought she had it, and then it just ran away. So a boundary to end the 7th over. Hampshire 27 without loss. McCacken on to 17 now. Boucher 9.
It's a stroke of real confidence, that, isn't it? I know she's probably carrying a lot after scoring 130 odd not too many days ago, but to be beaten by a couple of really great deliveries outside the off stump, to then get one right in her strength area and bang it straight down the ground. I think she bats at a really nice tempo as well. I think these two together are a good opening partnership.
Yeah, Phillips perhaps just getting a bit greedy, straying a little bit too straight on the stumps, and just showed that margin for error is so small. As Ballinger to continue. Good drive from Boucher. Well fielded by the interim captain, shall we call her, in Tammy Bowmont.
Yeah.
What experience you've got to call on Tammy as the captain.
I know, we're so fortunate, I think, to obviously not have Gordo in here and not have Marie at the minute either. I mean, Tammy's done an excellent job so far and offers a lot to the group. So
Ballinger once again down the leg side. I think this will be signalled leg bias as it just drops into that vacant square leg region. Yeah, Hassan Adnan, the umpire, signalling the leg buys there, standing at the Stuart Broad end. And I suppose just to complete the set, or the pack, I think it's Helen Pack who's the match referee today. Boucher once again. Good cricket all round there as McCacken solid in defence, and Boucher, Ballinger and Boucher.
I know. Tricky for you today, isn't it? I like that line of attack from Grace. I think from there she can get a bit of in-swing. She'll be in the game with the 2 mid-wickets in, but also if it holds its shape, it's going to challenge both edges. She needs to be good at being boring, I think, here on this kind of wicket, and not go searching too hard early.
She's here once again. A little bit straight, turned into the leg side. Just be the one because the boundary rider there, deep square leg, covers that, cuts that off. What's impressed me about Ballinger, having seen a lot of her over the last few years, is she's not a one-trick pony anymore as well. I think the 100 exposure perhaps has helped with that. She could come back and bowl a second spell in the middle and even a third spell at the end. She's become a really multi-dimensional bowler.
Yeah, I think 100%, and that's testament to her work ethic. You know, she was almost pigeonholed slightly at times as a new ball bowler, swung it in, big in swing. Whereas she's gone away over the past couple of winters and worked incredibly hard at being able to bowl kind of a left arm over the wicket wide plan, being able to bowl with a slightly older ball, being able to bowl lots of variations. She's kind of the spearhead now of our bowling attack through all 3 phases, but it hasn't come without hard work, so she's done incredibly well.
She's working hard now. She's a little bit full, and there is a hand on that by mid-off, but can't stop the ball racing to the extra cover boundary. And that's another over where the last ball of the over has gone for 4. Beautifully balanced drive. Just watching the replay there from Maya Boucher. Taking her to 13 now.
I should be disappointed with that one, Grace. It's exactly where she doesn't want to be.
And it's just slightly full. If that's half a foot back, you know, like you say, it could challenge both edges of the bat. It was well played by Boucher, but you weren't sure whether it was going for 4, were you?
It looks like one of those days where as soon as it's through the ring, you're not running it down, unfortunately. So we're going to have to be, or both teams going to have to be pretty tight with their lines and lengths here, I think.
Charlie Phillips to continue then. On the money first up. It's so hard, it's a power play, isn't it, where you can't have a deep extra cover, can you, in the power play without taking something out of from elsewhere. It's a real kind of cat and mouse, that power play, of where to put your 2 boundary riders, isn't it? Yeah,
and it just shows what the boundary of the final ball's done for Charlie here, because Tammy's brought herself out of gully, so we've got 1 slip in play now. Brought herself mid-wicket and mid-on after that lovely drive down the ground.
Oh. She gets the edge this time. It's going to go fine. It's going to go for 4 runs. So McCacken gets another boundary there. She did slightly miss a length off for a little bit of width, but it wasn't a convincing shot from the Hampshire opener. It just bisects the keeper, and that wide first slip. Catherine Bryce stood next to her sister there in the cordon. But again, margin for error, miss your length.
Yeah, Ellen McCacken will be claiming she meant to do that, didn't she?
Yeah.
Late guide between slip and keeper. But yeah, the margin for error is quite literally 0, isn't it?
Phillips in once again. Very elegant shot and very well fielded by Tammy Bowmont, leading by example there. In defence, and maybe I'm in the batters union here, if you get a short wide one outside off, so I think you're entitled to play a quick
100%.
shot. But it wasn't convincing, I must say.
As a non-batter, I'll be claiming that's a great shot as well, so completely on your side.
As an old man once said to me, you paid for all your bat, you can use
100%.
all your bat. Phillips is trying to use the ball here, and this is another glorious drive, 2 full from Phillips, just searching. I don't think this one is going to go to the boundary. It's another drive where it bobbled across the surface. It took a bit of the pace out of the ball, and that's chased down by Tammy Bowmont. And who's that?
That's Amy Jones. She's going to be wishing she had the gloves on after that long chase out there, isn't she?
I've actually been thinking since the beginning. Who's that fielding? Because
yeah, strange seeing her without gloves on, isn't it, and a helmet. I had the same thing. I went to watch it Edgbaston the other day, and I was like, who is that fielding about? Oh, it's Amy Jones.
What's Phillips' response here then? Right arm over the wicket. Good back foot punch there. Offered a little bit of width again. Well fielded at backward point, so it's just the 1 run. Got a whiff of that food yet, Lucy?
I haven't yet, to be honest. There's 2 stints though, isn't there? There's an after, like an evening session, so I will, after the game, 100% be going out to get some food. Last year it was an absolute spectacle. Yeah, fantastic day out.
Does it happen? Is it this bank holiday weekend every
year?
Yeah,
for the past. We played last year at the same time.
Solid in defence once again. McCacken just pushing the ball up the ground.
But yeah, I think it's supposed to be about 5,000 people in over the course of the day. So hopefully the weather holds out. Bit cooler today, isn't it? But yeah, it's great. All the food trucks out the back, loads of young kids in. It's a great advert for women's cricket. I honestly do believe.
Yeah, there was some kind of smoke pit barbecue firing up as I walked in.
I think I got some pulled pork from there last time.
Yeah,
definitely recommend.
So no change in the bowling so far as Ballinger to start. Oh, the 10th false pull shot there, pulled well in front of square, but it falls short of mid-on.
She picked that length up really early, didn't she, there? Unfortunately, just dropping, well, fortunately, depending on what side you're on, I'll try and be unbiased, so she dropped a couple of yards short of all her Prendergast at mid-on there.
Yeah, it was quite straight as well. It wasn't out, she hasn't fetched it from outside off stump, so it's interesting it went so forward of square, really.
Yeah, threw it a touch early, perhaps.
Ballinger once again into Boucher, who's on the front press and solid in a defence. What struck me here is the forward defensives are carrying, aren't they? They go into mid-off and mid-on, they're going down the ground, which just suggests there's a little bit more pace in this pitch. The 4-day pitch to our left, as we look, that we played on 2 Wednesdays ago against the Lancashire side, just seemed to be a little bit too pace, a little bit tired perhaps. Boucher with another glorious drive. Shot for no run.
They only had 2.5 days on this pitch, didn't it, I think? Yeah. But definitely looks like a little bit more pacing. Be a good contest, actually, because both teams got a lot of strong seamers.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting to see what Tammy's next move is, really. Whether we go for someone like Sarah Glenn, try and bowl, just attack the stumps, or maybe someone like Catherine Bryce or Georgia Elwis.
Yeah. Boucher has gone. False shot. Pushed that one a little bit wider from Ballinger. Really loose drive. Didn't really get her body across to the ball, and she's chopped on. Hampshire 41 for 1, and Ballinger has picked up The big wicket there of Maya Boucher for 14.
Yeah, she'll be a bit disappointed there, I think, Maya Boucher. It's the first one for me that she's looked to hit through cover point rather than drive it through extra. I think that's been the trademarks of her innings so far. Is she's hit really well straight. Looked to me like she went and tried to hit that a little bit squarer. Bottom edge straight onto the stump. Just watching the replay here, yeah. Like Grace's facial expressions there. Looks like she's burgled one potentially. But I really needed that, I think. They're off to a... That partnership looked strong, didn't they?
Yeah.
Very stable.
Yeah, it just looked like it was just a loose shot, wasn't it? Just kind of almost broke a wrist, which made the bat be more of a diagonal rather than a vertical, and hence the chop on. Well, I'm glad that Boucher is out, so now I've just got to focus on saying Ballinger and not Boucher and Ballinger.
She really helped you out there, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Selfless, really.
She's a good egg.
She is a good egg.
So, number 88 on her back, Charlie Knott, the Australian overseas player, comes to the crease at 3. What do you know about Charlie Knott? She's obviously not played for Australia, has she? But she's done well in domestic cricket and has got herself a gig over here in the UK. Yeah,
she really made a name for herself in the Big Bash, didn't she? Bowls really, really lovely off spin. Very enjoyable to watch when I'm not facing it. Although she does bowl in a cap, and I'm just not quite sold.
You're not down for that?
Not down for the cap vibes. But very good batter. Very good batter. They've got a really strong top order. Have Hampshire. So hopefully Grace can put the pressure on early.
Well, she's here now, buoyant with ball in hand, left arm over the wicket, and pegs the Australian to a crease with that one. That one zipped and kept a little bit low, it seemed, by the shape of Charlie Knott there. We are behind the batter at the moment, so we can't quite see everything. Yeah, it just kept a bit low.
It skidded straight through, didn't it? She was a bit surprised by how quickly it came through.
Ballinger once again. Ooh, good line that, I think. Just trying to shape that one across. Asking questions of the new batter.
Looks like we're going to be having a change here. Cassidy McCarthy just running out the helmet. Leg spin bandits, Sarah Glenn. This will be good to watch.
So 10 gone. Hampshire 41 for 1. The big wicket of Maya Boucher. She's departed us for 14 in the 10th off the bowling of Grace Ballinger. Honours even from that power play. 41 off it. You know, it's not loads, but it's not a small amount. 1 wicket.
100%. I think, well, like you said, it was a bit 50-50, wasn't it? When Blaze bowled well, it looked hard to score. A couple of loose deliveries, and all credit to Hampshire, they put them away with some exquisite looking drives, really.
Yeah. So Sarah Glenn going to look to land it on that red zone, isn't she, and try and hit those yellow pads of the Hampshire batters. We've got a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket on the leg side. Very interesting dimensions to that side of the ground, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost cut off at a diagonal. I think Catherine Bryce out at deep square leg's going to have a tough time out there. It'll be interesting to see how much bounce Sarah Glenn manages to extract from this pitch. Got pretty tall action, known for hitting the stumps and getting a bit of bounce.
Yeah. Just the one fielder out on the offside. Cover boundary rider, split in extra cover and point in the circle.
Yeah, I think almost saying to Ellen McCacken, look, if you want to take a risk and try and get one of the straights back so you can make your life a bit easier, then by all means have a go.
Yeah. Glennon once again floats this one up. Yeah, I mentioned a couple of times now, the pitch is used, but it's not a criticism. I think with the facilities that we have now and the equipment the ground staff have, sometimes playing on a used wicket is good for one-day cricket. We see these wickets do it quite a lot, don't we, on day 1 and 2 of a 4-day match, but 3, 4, 5, we're seeing some really big run chases, aren't we, having seen low scores in the first innings.
Yeah, pretty much the opposite of what it used to be, right? Used to think get through day 1 and 2. It's nice and straight from Sarah Glenn, just defended by McCacken. And then you bring your spinners in on day 3 and 4. Whereas now it almost seems to be getting flatter the longer you go. I think obviously with the weather they've had over the past kind of week, it's obviously helped quite significantly with kind of baking the pitches out a bit. But
Glenn in once again. Rocks back McCacken. She can't squeeze that one through. Wasn't particularly short either. She was able to turn it into something. So good start from Glenn. Maiden over. 6 dots. How important are dot balls?
So important. So important. I think we can force, especially on a good wicket with quick outfield, you got to force the batter to do something different and get bored. And it's almost being boring isn't always necessarily a bad thing. And as seen off that last ball, Ella McCacken there's almost had to go back and try and hit a straight delivery through cover in order to rotate the strike. If she gets that a little bit wrong, Sarah Glenn's wheelhouse, that is, try and take me off the stumps or try and hit me over my head, and good luck whilst doing it. And I like watching these two bowl in tandem with Catherine Bryce coming on. At the other end, again, we'll just try and target the stumps and say to the batters, kind of try and manufacture something. Interesting field here, actually. I like this. We've got kind of a deep, we've got no fine leg, have we? Not quite tall enough to see out the window.
Nor me. We haven't got a fine leg. We've got a deep backward square leg that is now coming round to a very deep backward square leg, almost a long leg. We've got that catching mid-wicket stump high with Tammy Bowmont in there. As Bryce is in, it'll be fielded by Ballinger coming round from square leg. Yeah.
I enjoy this. Grace Ballinger stationed herself at square leg in the ring. Catherine Bryce's natural shape to bring it back into the right-hander. It allows her to bowl really straight without them just being able to rotate strike. Again, try and force her off a line of length. Do something a bit different.
Good balanced stroke up the ground from Knott there, who's yet to score.
Must be nice to play a shot like that early in your innings. Can't say I've ever done much of that, to be honest.
Bryce in once again. Oh, just took in Knott up. We've seen the odd one just, I don't know if it's just skidding off the leather of the ball. I only see the odd one with the seam, just grips in the seam and just bounces a little bit more. I don't know if it's that natural variation that Catherine Bryce possesses. Very skillful bowler as she's in again and on the money.
Slight change in the field here from Tammy Beaumont. 4 dot balls in the over so far. Grace Ballinger comes out of square leg and goes into deep third just to try and protect.
Why do you think that's happened? Because obviously no cover there now, is there, at square leg?
I think she's saying great over so far. Looks like a good wicket. I think you'd be pretty happy if you bowl 4 dots and then go for 2 singles off the back end of the over. Especially with Sarah Glenn coming off the back of a maiden. If we can just try and string a couple of overs that go for 2, 3, 4 together, put a bit of pressure on.
Well, Knott's just done that. She tickled one into leg side. She's got her clock ticking. This one's dabbed and it's going to squeeze through that short third region and go to the boundary. Ballinger can't stop that one. So that just slightly spoils that over. Another 6-ball boundary. 46 for 1 after 12.
So it's really nicely played, that, actually. Slightly wide from Catherine Bryce. Obviously hard to see from this angle whether she's getting a lot of movement in. Just kind of delicately placed her bat there. And again, with how quick the boundary is and third man in the ring, you're not chasing that down. That last ball boundary seems to be a bit of a theme so far, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's pretty low risk, isn't it? It's a straight bat, there's no slip. Just run it down. Almost Kane Williamson-esque, to use an example from the men's game.
Oh, 100%. She'll feel in the game there if it is swinging. I think probably just a touch wide, unfortunately.
So Glenn is going to continue from the Radcliffe Road end. Knott is on strike, 1 not out from her 7 deliveries so far. As Glenn just tucks Knott up. A little bit more bounce with that one, wasn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, got extra cover in mid-wicket. Mid-wicket in particular, very tight. Just trying to stop that single.
Full this time, driven on the up from Knott. Well fielded off her own bowling there, Sarah Glenn.
She played tidily so far, Charlie Knott. Only faced 9 balls, but looked good on some of the drives, hasn't she? Even, like you said earlier, the defensive drives coming right out the middle of the bat.
Well, that one's hit the front pad. I think there was some bat involved as well. The appeal stifled.
Yeah, it sounded a bit too noisy, didn't it? A bit woody.
Yeah, wooden leg.
Still went up there, didn't they?
Got to ask the question sometimes.
You do.
It was stifled politely.
Polite inquiry.
Glenn trying to target those pads and a bit fuller this time and not uses her feet well and bunts it up the ground for a single. Yeah, I think there's a lot to be just said for feeling good, you know, for playing a nice forward defensive or playing a leave and just feeling the rhythm of your feet and your hands, you know, working with your bat in tandem. And Knott's looked pretty solid and balanced so far.
Yeah, she's looked pretty almost positive in defence, if that makes sense. It's not just been a dead bat. She looked to defend with authority. And again, that just makes the fielders think, goodness, like, you know, it's all fine in the middle of the bat so far.
Glenn at McCacken this time, who pushes forward, and Glenn fields off her own bowling once again. Just putting a bit of dust on her hands as the day starts to warm up. This one tucked into leg side. Deep square leg will do the fielding. Just a single there as Catherine Bryce cuts that one off.
Another great over from Sarah Glenn. Just the one down to long on and the one down to square leg. Nice way to get out the over there. I would love to know what her stump hitting percentage is. Must be one of the highest in the women's game. Bowls very few loose deliveries. And almost says to the batters, similar to McCacken did earlier, if you want to go back and try and hit me off the stumps with my height and my bounce, but I have got a quicker one that'll skid through. Do that at your own risk.
Catherine Bryce hoping to work in tandem here with Sarah Glenn as she's fallen straight. This one's whipped through mid-wicket. Just be the single as it's cut off there. Yeah, you get control from both of them, won't you? It's all about building dots, building that pressure. As Knott's back on strike.
Yeah, look pretty content to give McCacken the single at the minute. That's that square leg in the ring coming out to her, back into Knott. She need to string a couple of good overs together here. Try and go a couple of overs without conceding a boundary.
Got the ramp shot out here asking questions of the Scottish international. It will get cut off by Sarah Glenn running round from deep backward square leg. So Knott trying to unsettle Catherine Bryce here.
It's a great option, that. I know people will say that's high risk, but what it's done is it's means Sarah Glenn, who was at kind of a quite backward square, has now probably had to come more to a fine leg. Which means if Catherine Bryce drops a length short or gets a bit too straight here, square leg is open. Instead she drives it down the ground. Stopped by Catherine Bryce in a follow through.
There's been a lot of fielding off the bowler's own bowling. And I think it just shows how true the pitch is, that you can play through the ball. And once again, Catherine Bryce will field off her own bowling.
Yeah, it looks like you're going to get good value for your shots, just playing pretty traditional cricket shots.
Absolutely. And you mentioned before about sometimes you've got to be boring. If you look back at the 3 games so far, Blaze were flying against Thunder, or Lancashire, I beg your pardon. Bryce is in this time. This one's cut away, or dabbed away, but there's no run. That concludes the 14th over. 50 up for Hampshire, 51 for 1. Yeah, flying against Lancashire, but then Lancashire, after that drinks interval, they really put the brakes on. They really built some pressure, and then what we thought was going to be like a 275 300 score becomes a 220. And then look at the 2 other games where Blaze have actually got the win. It's not been plain sailing, and then there's been that period of pressure, and then there's been a cluster of wickets, both up at Durham at Chester Street, and then over at Edgbaston as well. just shows you how powerful just a small phase of play of dot balls and pressure, what it can do to a game.
Yeah, I think it shows the importance of just sometimes being defensive. And you have to be defensive for the whole over.
Oh, chance there. Wasn't easy. Very low in that mid-wicket region. Who's there?
Is Ella Claridge
Ella
attempting to
Claridge.
dive away to her left-hand side. Got a good hand on it, actually. It would have been a great catch, wouldn't it?
That's what she's there for. It was very, very low to her left-hand side.
Bit of intent shown by McCacken there. Trying to come down and kind of loft it over long on, wasn't she? With both straights up in the ring. But again, the way Sarah Glenn's bowling, forcing her to do something.
Not back on strike. She's down the ground. Plays with a more straight bat and just checks that drive. That's the tease as well, isn't it? Having mid-off and mid-on in the circle, it can bring that mid-wicket into play with that catch if they just try and force it a little bit too much. Rocks back this time. Almost took that off middle stump, it seemed.
And I'm pretty sure most teams that come and face Sarah Glenn will talk about this. How do we knock her off her line of length? Because if we let her bowl, she will keep finding that line of length, so it's incredibly hard to score off. But both use their feet, 2 out of 3 balls, and long ons drop back now.
Pulled away this one. Claridge is getting a work over there at mid-wicket. Yeah, just look at that previous ball. It looked like a wrong un from Sarah Glenn. It actually decked back a bit and cut the batter in half. Almost flummoxed Sarah Bryce with the gloves as well. Eventful over so far. 2 to come in it. Hampshire 53 for 1 as Glenn is right arm over the wicket. And this one's down the leg side and it's going to be swept fine. Catherine Bryce running round from deep square legs, going to cut it off. They will get 2 for it.
What are your shouts on what par is so far? Haven't seen, what was it, 15 overs-ish?
I will tell you after this ball as
That's a
McCracken
lovely
plays a lovely shot down the ground there. It's cut off, just protecting the over with long on going out. So that's 56 for 1 after 15. What is par? Well, I've seen, this is the second game I've seen this season at Trent Bridge. Covered quite a few men's T20 games here over the years. I think 250 is par. You know, I know that's a really safe, obvious thing to say. You know, 5 and over. I think you'd be really happy as the batting team, knowing that batting second, you've got 5 runs per over to play with and defend, and obviously scoreboard pressure is huge. I think if you get into the echelons of 260, 270, 280, you're really way above par, I would say. As Catherine Bryce is in, and this one's driven on the up through the offside. It'll be cut off by deep extra cover, so it's just a single. And this is one-day cricket now, isn't it? You know, minimising boundaries, batters playing good shots and thinking, I deserve 4 for that. That is the cat and mouse nature of middle overs of one-day cricket, isn't it? As Knott drives this one through the onside, doesn't quite squeeze it through, so it'll be no run. What do you think?
I would have said more than that, but I've actually just... The scoreboard at Trent Bridge, no matter how many times I look at it, it takes me a minute to figure out where all the numbers are. I'm just seeing the current run rate, 3.72. Quick
Gonna
run.
Scamper a single here. That's good cricket, actually. Yeah, so 5 runs and over is a lot of runs. I know we see men's cricket and women's cricket and smaller boundaries and franchise cricket now, and you know the standard of international cricket's gone through the roof, and it's. I still think 5 runs per over is a lot of runs for 50 overs. On the money this time, Catherine Bryce.
Yeah, 100%. I think it'll be interesting. So far, we've got 1 boundary. What would you say? That's about how much bigger would you say the boundary to the leg side is currently?
I've got a system. I'll work it out.
Have
in
you?
a minute, yeah.
That'd be great. Catherine Bryce comes into bowl. Ella McCacken just works that off the hip. It'll be 1-2. Josie Graves running in from cow corner. Yeah, I think 250. I think 250 is a good score. I think if they keep wickets in hand, could potentially be on for a few more of that. Especially when spin comes on from that far end and we have 2 out there. I think if Hampshire are sensible, there's 2s to be had on the leg side of the ground with the short offside boundary. Could be quite hard to defend at the death. Charlie Knott just rocks back and cuts Catherine Bryce out to deep cover. But when it's off the stumps, it looks relatively comfortable, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Or much more comfortable. When it's straight, you know, apart from driving down the ground, it does look risky to try and take it off the stumps. Very much in the balance.
Absolutely. So that's 16 gone, 60 for 1. Yeah, and I think to get to 5.5 and over, to build that pressure, very much talking from a Hampshire point of view here for a second, aren't we? That happens if Hampshire are 60 for 1 after 15 and are 130 for 1 after 32, 33. Then they can go big in the final 10 to 15 overs. What we've seen is a few innings run out of a bit of puff, haven't we? Because
100%.
wickets have fallen in clusters, both in the favour of the Blaze and against the Blazers. Sarah Glenn is going to continue. They're going to squeeze a single out into the leg side here.
It's good from Charlie Knott there. She's 8 off 23. Struggled. We bowled pretty straight to her, so she struggled to rotate the strike. And she let the ball come to her and worked it off her hip, and they've run 1. But it'll be interesting to see the roles these 2 take on. Obviously, Ella Mack off a fantastic 100 last week.
She's down the ground this time. It teased the fielders for a second in the air. And that's great piece of fielding at mid-on, cutting that off. It was destined for 4, wasn't it?
Yeah, great bit of work there from Georgia Elwis. A bit of a desperate dive there. Nearly snuck between mid-wicket and mid-on.
I did think mid-wicket was in the game again for a second there.
Not far away, hey. But that's what I mean. Ella McCacken's going to have to be a little bit more aggressive here.
And there's bowled. Pretty innocuous. Not rocks back. Shaping to cut the ball, and it's just tickled off stump and removed the bail. It took me by surprise. It just didn't think it was going to...
It was straight off the stumps, I reckon, hit.
Well, actually, it's hit leg.
This is what I mean. It's so hard. You have to take a risk, especially if she's got the straight stuff. And we know we've seen Ella McCacken come down a couple of times and try and get that mid-on back. But it's forced Charlie Knott. I mean, she departs 8 off 24 balls. Because of the way McCacken's finding it easy at the other end, it's forced Charlie Knott to go and do something there she doesn't really want to do.
Absolutely.
No, not really the length or the line to... Yeah, it's a leg stump, isn't it? It's a pretty good length, unfortunately.
I mean, Charlie Knott's done us there because she's shaped like that was a ball wide outside off stump to cut it.
Well, my initial thoughts were that it clipped the top of off stump with the shot she played.
It's almost like she's hitting the seam, and it's just moving the width of a stump. There's a couple of balls there that, you know, they're effectively wrong uns, aren't they? And they just
in enough.
Just nipped in and deceived the batter. So that's a great breakthrough for the Blaze. 62 for 2. The Sarah Glenn change has reaped its rewards so far. We've just got the small matter of Georgia Adams walking out at 4. What a player she's been over the last 5 years since women's cricket went professional domestically.
Yeah, she's been the real anchor of their innings, hasn't she? Fantastic player, fantastic leader for Hampshire. And this is a real, I mean, we say this all the time, this is a real key partnership now. We'll try and put some pressure on Georgia Adams and see what Ella McCacken does at the other end.
Glenn in to Adams, and inside half of the bat, not convincingly played into leg side, but it gets Adams going. Opens her account for the day live from Trent Bridge. I'm James Carr. We've got Lucy Hyam summarising for us from the Blaze. Very balanced, I may add.
Thank you. Try my hardest.
Down the ground and well fielded. McCacken is trying to do something to knock Sarah Glenn off a mark, isn't she? And it's not come without alarm. We've had the drop catch, albeit it would have been a bit of a worldie. And I think that's good, isn't it? Because we can often see batters just plod on, and strike rates get, plummet, and batters go nowhere. So I think it's really good that we're seeing some dynamic batting. But the Blaze have just pulled it back in the last 5 overs since the power play. Good use of seam bowlers, slower bowlers, variation bowlers. Adams just scratching a mark there. Taking strike to Catherine Bryce, Scotland international. Her sister, the wicket-keeper, stood up to the stumps as she's in, and Adams just prods forward there. So you're asking about dimensions of the ground, right?
Yeah, go on, give me a
so
tactics.
Each of these stripes
here we
is
go.
the width of 3 wickets, and a wicket is 3 metres wide.
Oh, wow.
The cut area. Bryce in once again. Adams forward in defence and no run. So in theory, if we went as we look out to the leg side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and a bit. So 6 nines are 54.
Sorry, I was distracted by that delivery, which I almost thought went straight through George Adams there, but in fact not.
So that would be 6 nines of 54. So call it 56 metres,
yep.
Which would be about 60 something yards, wouldn't it? And then out to the offside as we look after this ball from Catherine Bryce, who is on the money to George Adams so far here, but I don't think George Adams will be fazed by just knocking a few deliveries back. If we went 1, 2, 3, 4,
and part of it a bit more.
Yeah, 4.5, isn't it? Bryce in once again. So if we say 5 nines are 45. So it's probably a swing of about 12, 15 yards. Kind of a 50-yard boundary on that side, and a kind of 65-yard boundary on that side, or probably 48 metres versus 60 metres as Bryce is in once again. Because in the playing conditions it mentions yards, doesn't it?
Oh, so confusing.
And then we refer to the circle as yards, but then on TV now everything's
in meters. It's a nightmare. I do quite enjoy, apart from when I'm bowling off spin to it, having a shorter side and a bigger side.
Yeah.
I think it just brings in a little bit more tactical awareness, especially and no disrespect, there are a lot of females now, especially with the way the game's going, that can clear pretty much any size boundaries. Yeah. But I do think it makes things interesting. You have to be a little bit more match aware. Like, you can see deep cover Josie Groves out there, 2-3 metres off the boundary.
18 gone then, Hampshire 64 for 2. Sarah Glenn to continue, and a bit of bounce and a bit of turn to the offside this time from Sarah Glenn. So not a one-trick pony, as we know. Just asking questions of Georgia Adams, the new batter, who comes with a wealth of experience herself. Oh, this one. Well, there's hands on heads. It looks like it's a wide. It's being signalled a wide now by Gabby Brown. But it wasn't far from that leg stump, I don't think.
No, she won't mind seeing Georgia Adams sweep. That is not what Georgia Adams wants to be doing. She's bowling with some real subtle variations here, Glennie, isn't she?
Slight drag down this time, but she's got the insurance policy of a deep backward square leg. If Catherine Bryce isn't catching at slip and she isn't bowling, she's somewhere else, always in the game, isn't she, as she fields that one down on the boundary.
She makes something happen. Always makes something happen, Catherine Bryce. That game at Edgbaston just looked a little bit stationary. Bring Catherine Bryce back on.
Rocks back this time. McCacken can't get it through the offside. Yeah. Sarah Glenn isn't the type of ball that strikes me that I'd be sweeping. You don't see many people sweep her that don't come unstuck by her. And she's in now and down the ground, forcefully driven through the onside, and it's cut off by Georgia Elwis at mid-on. She just loses the intent's really nice there, isn't it? But she just loses her shape slightly, trying to overhit the ball when she comes down the track to Sarah Glenn.
Yeah, it looks like she's struggling to get quite to the pitch of it, to get underneath it with the elevation. Again, the height that Sarah Glenn possesses, she is hard to hit over the top if she hits her length.
She's in once again and rock back, and the experience of Adams just turns this into the leg side for a single. Yeah, I wonder whether she should look to hit straighter and through the offside, actually.
I agree, because then you can give yourself a little bit more room if you're not quite there. Hold shape, she can hit over extra cover really nicely.
Yeah. One remaining in the 19th. Glenn is in. Punched off the back foot from McCacken through the offside. Hampshire 69 for 2 after 19.
I'm going to do one more over and then I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Marie Kelly.
Spoilt today here at Trent Bridge with cricket in royalty. At least you're not following ultimate cricket royalty today, Marie. We had Charlotte Edwards on, didn't we?
Oh, that's a tough
half an
one.
hour on Wednesday against Lancashire. No disrespect to you there, Lucy.
Rude. It's okay, I get it, don't worry.
Catherine Bryce to continue. Dug out this one by Ella McCacken. That was a real breakthrough 100 from McCacken, wasn't it? She's had lots of opportunity, hasn't she? I'm going to try and get someone from Hampshire on later to pick their brains about that, because she's had lots of opportunity, and you know, that was a huge 100.
She's a really tidy player, very compact, got a good defensive game, but definitely has expanded. Always been quite strong through the offside, but definitely has expanded through the leg side. And yeah, really composed knock from her the other day at the top of the order, which was really needed, to be fair.
Yeah, big 100, 133. Bryce in. No run. There's been lots of runs round the country, hasn't there, in white ball women's cricket.
There's been a lot of big scores, hasn't there? And I think people not just getting 70, 80 and then getting out. People going on, getting 130, 140.
Whipped away through the leg side this time. Bit of work to be done out on the boundary. It's really well watched by Josie Groves.
Yeah, she covers a lot of ground out there. One of the things I find most impressed about watching Josie Groves move is she's tall, or taller than me, but she gets down and gets back up so quickly that you would assume there people are running too. That's
age, isn't it? Teenager, you get up a bit quicker.
Yeah, that's true actually. Give it 5 years, Josie Groves, that'll be 2, darling.
I play club cricket and I'd still be getting up now. There'd be a hole in the ground somewhere I'd be climbing out of.
Call for some support.
Catherine Bryce, last ball in the 20th, driven up the ground by Georgia Adams. Blazer happy to just give Adams one there. Hampshire are 71 for 2. Final word from Lucy Hyman. We're going to have a change in the seat.
Yeah, it's still quite nicely poised, isn't it? Ella McCacken going really nicely. But run rate 3.55. Hopefully Blaze can get one more in the next kind of 5-6 overs. Potentially one before drinks. And then I think we're in a very strong position.
But we'll review that at the end and we'll see where we get to.
We will.
We'll have you back
Fingers
in the
crossed.
second innings as well. But thanks
you
for
will
your
indeed.
time.
Thank you for having me.
Lucy Hyam on the mic there, offering her insight. I'm delighted we've got Marie Kelly with us now as Sarah Glenn to start the 21st on the money straight away against George Adams.
Hello
Marie,
again.
how are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm good. I'm a bit cold.
It's chilly.
A bit cold
the
today.
sun's in and then it's out, isn't it? And it's in again and it's out again. What have you seen so far? What's your assessment of the first 20 or so overs?
Well, I'm very, very happy so far. I'm really happy that we've got Sarah Glenn on a little bit earlier today. I personally like it when she comes on early, almost straight after the power play, and just tries to get people to play a big shot. And then when you're bowling against a bit more cautious batters, I think that's where we can sneak quite a few overs in now and keep that rate under 4s. I think that's where Glennie normally shines.
Glen in, and this one's pulled away quite fine actually. There's a bit of work for Catherine Bryce to do. She's not going to get there. So
well, that's the commentator's curse, isn't
a
it?
a rare boundary conceded.
Oh, I was just saying how good it was. That's all right. We'll give her a bad ball every now and then. That's all right. But no, they've been going well, aren't they? Good breakthrough wicket a couple of overs ago from Glennie, getting the dangerous Charlie not out. So we'll be very happy with where we're at the minute. The Blaze girls will be. Can still hear lots of energy out there too. There's Ella, happy to drop that into the offside for no run. I quite like seeing players like Makaka now, though, girls who are happy to occupy the crease for a long period of time. It's a different style of batting, but I quite like seeing it, and we've seen over the last couple of weeks some big scores as well.
Push back in the crease this time. There's a few oohs and ahs, but I actually think it was well played with a straight blade and then just turn around the corner. Yeah, it was an interesting dismissal. It did me and Lucy actually, because we thought it hit the top of off, the way that Charlie Knott rocked back, but actually it almost decked back in like a rock and hit leg stump. So lots of craft and skill, as we are pretty accustomed to watching from Sarah Glenn, as George Adams turns this one round. Yeah,
she's a crafty bowler, is Glennie. I'm sure she's been working on a few different variations as well, so very much might have been intentional. Score moves on to 78 for 2 now after 21, so run rate 3.7, so players will be very happy with this, especially last couple of games. It's been going at sort of fours or fives at this stage, and you're starting to think, okay, we need a wicket now. But one thing I've noticed about us this week is we've tended to put fielders out a bit earlier, and I think bowlers are a little bit happier with that, going a bit more defensive with the field, and then you can be a bit more attacking with the ball, rather than I think we potentially went the other way in the last couple of games. We went quite attacking with the field, and then it just allowed girls to go, or girls that were happy to go over the top. Just meant boundaries kept flowing. So we've gone a little bit more defensive with the field today, which I think, well, so far seems to be working.
Change of bowling then. We're going to see Josie Groves for the first time with ball in hand. Another leg spinner. Drags this one down. It's pulled very fine by Georgia Adams, but can't squeeze it through the short fine leg fielder. Grace Ballinger in the action there, inside the circle. Groves in once again, on the money this time, just pushing Adams back into the crease.
I like this change as well. I wanted Josie to come on earlier the last couple of games too. I think it's really important to get your leggies on as early as you can. I think if you're putting them on sort of after drinks or the back end, it just puts them under a lot of pressure, doesn't it? And things can go wrong if you're a leggy.
Cut away this one from Adams. Another single. The players will be happy with that. That's one boundary in the last over, but not many since the power play really. Power play yielded 41 runs for 1 wicket. Kakan stands tall and pushes out to the offside for no run. The second 10 overs yielded just 31 runs for 1 wicket.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
So that tells you a story in itself, as this one's tickled round the corner down to deep backward square leg for another single. So lots of singles on offer, but singles don't get you 250, 275, do they? Without
exactly, it's the ticking over the boundaries, and that's what I'm saying with the bit more of a defensive field. You go, right, if you want to score a boundary, you have to do something different. That's well bowled there from Josie. Tucked round for a little single, but that's fine. You don't mind that. You'd rather that than it going over long on for 4. You have to make them do something different and go, fine, if you want to attack us, go for it and take that risk. There's 81 for 2 after 22.
It's just gone a little bit chilly at Trent Bridge. The sun has disappeared behind the clouds.
Do you know what? I was just about to call them Vipers then. I was about to say Vipers are relying on, but it's Hampshire. They'll be relying on McCacken and Adams as well.
Well, I called Thunder on game 1. I called Lancashire Thunder all day, and my colleague Sam just kept saying it's not Thunder. It's like the Lancashire in 50 over cricket. They're Thunder in T20 cricket.
Oh, is it?
Apparently. as Glenn is going to continue.
It is hard slipping into it, isn't it, when you've been used to it for the last
I think
3 or 4
I
years.
think the Thunder branding naturally just works. Why? I don't think you need
Yeah.
to or Lancashire Thunder, you know. So Glenn once again, this one's dabbed away. It's going to get through. It won't be 4. It's a long way up there towards the Stuart Broad end. But Grace Ballinger has got to get her legs pumping and he'll cut it off. There'll be 2 scored.
It is a big boundary out there, isn't it? And the ball doesn't seem to be racing away off the grass as well. Saw a bit of a ramp earlier from Charlie Knott as well, that off Catherine Bryce that I thought would go straight for 4, didn't quite get there. So it just seems a little bit slower on the outfield today.
Glenn in and knocked back by Adams. She can't get that one through. It's well cut off by Tammy Bowmont.
But the pitch looks like it's playing well as well. Still some nice carry from Seamers up top.
I think it's a better one-day pitch than the one you played on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Against the Thunder / Lancashire. As Adams sweeps this one, we don't see many sweeps off the bowling of Sarah Glenn. That's well cut off by Catherine Bryce, who just seems to be everywhere. She swept that one on line, actually.
Yeah, it just missed the line, did Glennie. And Adams does sweep well. She chooses when to sweep on line very well. Rarely sweeps off the stumps.
Glenn once again bounds in and on the money.
I think we've had a bit of a change of field as well, which I think is better here for Adams on strike, having a vacant third man region, because she doesn't often reverse or look to cut it too much. She tends to work it a little bit straighter normally. That looks close, big shout, and finger goes up. Adams has to depart. Glenn 2 now for 26, sorry. Getting the key wickets of Knott and Adams.
Well, I think that's born out of that field change.
Absolutely.
I think Adams was very cognizant there that she couldn't turn one into the leg side for an easy single. And there was the risk of the sweep shot now. If the top edge, the short fine leg becomes a catcher. And she's just played half a prod, and it's hit those yellow pads right in front of all 3. And there wasn't really a decision to be made there by the umpire, was it? It was pretty elementary.
Finger up pretty quickly there from her. A rare playing across the line from George Adams. Not too much, but just that bat path coming down across. We have another look at it on the replay. Yeah, just trying to work it leg side. Maybe fell over a little bit, maybe thought it was a bit more leg side than it was. That's brilliant from Sarah Glenn. So the tactic of bringing her on a little bit earlier today seems to be paying off so far. As we've got Rihanna at Southby coming to the crease. Another handy batter for Hampshire, but Blaze will have their tails up now. If we can get McCacken and Southby here, then we're really in the driving seat. We're trying to close out as quickly as we can.
Yeah, there was a boundary in the previous over, which was a bit of a collector's item. But I think other than that, it's been a wicket born out of pressure over 10 overs. The previous boundary before that was the last ball of the 12th over. And we're now we're about to start the 24th over. So some incredible pressure being built by the Blaze here.
Absolutely, and that's the pressure will. Now, you often think it's on the new batter, but it will actually be on Ella McCacken to steer the side to a decent score.
Dragged down this time by Josie Groves and pulled away by McCacken, who now moves on to 48. Brings the new bat on strike, Rihanna Southby. I noticed Rihanna got runs last week. She's always batted quite low down the order. She's been well thought of, hasn't she, as a glover, but we've not really seen her have opportunities with the bat, have we?
Yeah, I think we'll start to see that shift a little bit more, and I think it happens when younger girls coming up through a higher standard of women's cricket, that they tend to they just can't get in higher because they've just got such prolific batters ahead of them. But now with a few players having left Hampshire, it gives her a really good opportunity to get up the order a little bit. And I think she's had a good couple of seasons out in Australia as well, for Box Hill in Melbourne. Scored a lot of runs out there, so she'll be coming in with a bit of confidence to this season. And she's definitely a handy player, and batters like her will just need time at the crease, just a little bit more but she'll certainly get that opportunity this season.
Well, we're going to see now. She's on strike, although there is some kind of
Well, there's a new rule about you have to,
conflab.
if you're not within 45 degrees of something, you have to wear a helmet if you're within 10 yards.
Oh, really?
So I think they were just straightening Amy Jones up, saying you're a little bit too wide to not be wearing a helmet there in slip. But she's quite a wide slip, but I'm sure she's standing where she feels is necessary. She hops across the wicket.
Southby off the mark then. Got a few technical issues at the moment that don't seem to... My mic doesn't quite seem to be playing ball, so I hope you can hear me as Josie Groves is in once again. Just kind of cutting in and out at the moment. So I might just leave you with Marie for a second.
We've got the brains have come in to try and Kirsty Lord, the brains of the operation, to try and fix it. That's another good ball there from Josie, but cut away nicely by Ella McCacken. They don't seem too phased by the run rate at the minute, the Hampshire batters in the middle, but I can tell you from a Blaze point of view, the girls will be very happy to see them being at 3.7 and over currently. It's a nice bit of flight there from Josie. But South will be happy to just push it out to Ella Claridge down there at deep cover for a single. But I think both sides are happy with singles at the minute. Blaze pretty comfortable. If we can squeeze a few dots in there, a couple of singles and over, then the pressure really starts to build. Definitely on the shoulders of Ella and Southby at the minute. Should have probably been another single in there, but Southby says no. That completes the 24th. Hampshire moving on to 89 for 3. One more over till drinks and Sarah Glenn will continue. 7 overs from her so far. 2 wickets, 26 runs. She'll be much happy with her performances today. I'm sure she'll be eager to get another few wickets under her name. Just looking up at the scoreboard there as well, 23 dots from her. She's absolutely phenomenal. I think she's got one of the highest stump hit percentages as well in the country. Little fun fact for you there, that she's just rarely strays off the stump, so that's why she's so successful. And her numbers in international cricket are phenomenal as well, so she rarely misses the stumps.
Well, she's on her way again now. I think I'm
back in
the room. Yeah, Lucy mentioned before about the dot ball percentages and the hitting the stump percentages are something else, aren't they? Slightly drags this one down, but Southby can't quite pull that away. It was a shot of a new batter.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty simple game, isn't it? Cricket dot balls brings pressure. I think we look to try and overcomplicate it at times, but just do what you can to prevent anyone from scoring. Pressure will build, a big shot will come.
Cut away this time by Southby. Long way away from the boundary again. Scamper through here, McCacken. She should get there. She does, and that'll be 50. So she backs up that 133 not out with a half century, 68 balls. So no slouch at all.
Decent strike rate as well, 50 off 68 balls so far, and you always will catch that back up further down you go.
What's been really impressive actually is she played and missed a little bit early on, didn't she? But she's not been particularly phased by it. Gentle appeal this time, but not really interested.
Yeah, looked a little bit leg side and a little bit high. But good signs though for Glennie, especially someone going back to her. That's what we like to see. And she's got another one. It's Glennie, exactly what I was just saying. We like it when batters go back and try and cut against her. She's a little bit skiddy, is Glennie, so she's taken the middle pole. Another wicket to her name. 3 for 28 now as Southby has to depart for 3. Score moves on to 91 for 4 after 25. And I think we'll take drinks.
We will take drinks. We might just take a little pause balls ourselves as Rosanna Southby has to walk off. Just trying to get the sound working here if you're just joining us. 91 for 4 are Hampshire women. Just taking a drinks break. That pressure is really mounted on the Hampshire batters. Just 2 boundaries since the 12th. So since the 12th over. We're at 25 overs, 2 boundaries in 13 overs.
That's a big thing that we've been speaking about as well in between games, is how can we reduce those boundary balls. It's boundaries that kill you in this game. And I think it just shows you that sometimes you bowl your best ball and batters still get hold of you, but if you can control what you can control, you put the ball in a good place and make them do the work, just at least make it harder for them to score the boundaries. And then if they do miss out like they have been doing today, then you're way on top. So 91 for 4, currently Blaze will be incredibly happy with this. I know we all are from watching up top. The way the girls have gone about it, the brilliant maiden to start the day. I think Grace bowled a maiden as well, so just got off to such a good start. Really hit the straps straight away, putting the Hampshire batters under pressure from ball 1, or even until I think the 3rd over where the first run was scored. Lots of hugs all around down there watching. I'm sure the girls will want a cup of tea as well because it's pretty cold out there today. It's been incredibly different to what we've had the last couple of weeks. And of course we've got the food festival on later today, sold out already for the 12 p.m. entry. So we've already got quite a few people in the stands, which has been really cool to see. So far today, the die-hard fans are in already.
Abby Norgrove is the new batter.
Yeah, it's a handy batter, is Abby. She played against us last year. I think she got a half century against us. She looks quite unassuming, but I think she's been a product of the Vipers Academy. She's a good little player too, one to watch for the future, I'm sure. Sets up really nicely, put the bad ball away. She had a nice temperament about her at the crease too. But coming in under a little bit of pressure here, with McCacken steady on 50 not out. So we've got Josie Groves to continue. Another dot ball there from Josie, so she started very well as well. Just 7 runs off her 2 overs so far. Started very well today. Hopefully she picks up a wicket too. McCacken just trying to give herself room there, trying to push it into the offside for a single, but to no avail. Good attacking lines here from Josie, and good lengths as well. A little bit fuller today, which has been good to see. Commentator's curse once again as this is pulled away to the leg side. Sarah Glenn can't quite get there. And McCacken puts away a bad ball there from Josie. I will not be complimenting any more of our Blaze bowlers because it seems to go wrong every time I do.
Talking of things going wrong, we've had a bit of a sound issue, but it looks like we've got it back. Marie's nodding at me that she can hear me.
I can hear you.
But you've been filling the void anyway, much better than I would, so thanks, Marie.
Good bit of fielding there from Tammy. Stop and single, and that's what you want, your fielders backing up the bowlers. Last few games, I think our fielding hasn't really been up to the standard that we would have liked. So there's been a few bad balls coupled with a bit of bad fielding. But we seem to be back up to the usual standards today. Tuck round the corner again as Sarah Glenn tidies up.
Yeah, the Blaze will be really happy about having someone like Abby Norgrove in quite early. We're not that accustomed to seeing her in so early in the innings. But she is a very talented player. As you mentioned, came through the academy system.
Yeah, seemed to cope quite well with pace. I think I remember last time. I think, just to say then, it's end of the over. It's 96 for 4 after 26. Yeah, I remember last year so obviously she came in, I think she was batting about 7, and we put on some of our quicker bowlers, I think young academy girl, but she actually seemed to time it pretty nicely, so maybe a tactic of keeping spin on for a little bit longer here and see how she fares with that up top.
Yeah, I think she was at Durham University. I think she's a very handy hockey player as well, and spent some time up at Durham at Maiden Castle, playing some cricket for the Durham University as well. So certainly a talent. Sarah Glenn to continue then as she tucks McCacken up, but she turns this one into leg side for another single. McCacken just happy to accumulate here, I think, and try and take the innings deep.
Yeah, she just has to. Well, she has to go one or two ways here. She either has to go, right, we need more than 3.7 and over, so I'm going to just go for it, or she just bats as many balls as she can and just take the game as deep as she can, which I think will be more in her favour, more in her style. And hopefully someone can pick it up a little bit more the other end.
Cut away this time. It's cut off by Amy Jones at backward point. It's really hard to pick out Amy Jones because she just doesn't look right without a helmet and gloves.
Looks different, isn't she?
It's like it's a different person. Glenn once again pushing Norgrove back in the crease. She's off the mark.
Do you know what? I wouldn't mind seeing Glennie bringing cover up to Abby Norgrove and go, fine, if you want to cut me, you've got to cut me properly out the middle of your bat and pick a gap. I think we could maybe look to squeeze that a little bit more.
Glenn once again, Norgrove compact on the front foot.
I'm sure Tammy will have had that conversation with Glennie though. So sometimes bowlers prefer just having a little bit of protection. It actually allows you to bowl a better ball. So there are pros and cons to both of it, but I'd be trying to bowl as many balls as possible at Abby Norgrove now.
Kakan once again just drops it into that vacant square leg area and takes the single. I suppose the real positive thing is mid-on and mid-off have barely been back.
Yeah.
And there's been a few kind of harem-scarum moments, hasn't there, where she's come down the track and clothed one and made it look a bit interesting at mid-wicket and mid-on. Glenn once again just bangs this one in. This will get cut away. And is that Catherine Bryce on the offside?
Yeah, it is, but
She's
I think
everywhere, isn't she?
she loves also being about 15-20 yards off the rope. She's actually rapid between sort of 15 to 20 metres. She just glides across and just seems to get to balls that no one else would. That's another good over there from Sarah Glenn. She's getting through them quick as well. 9 overs for her. Just a 33 coming off it. 3 wickets to her name. Should be much happier. I think we've been a bit smarter today as well with the field in terms of... So Glennie's had mid-on and mid-off up for longer, but then for the last 2 balls of the over, she's gone, all right, fine, now is where we don't want to concede a boundary, and she's put them back. So if anyone wants to do it, they've got to be brave and do it first couple of balls of the over.
And that's a wicket. Josie Groves flanks that one up outside the off stump. And McCracken has absolutely sliced that to backward point. Really innocuous dismissal, really. Just, well, McCracken will feel it's really soft, to be honest, the way she's just kind of given catching practice to Amy Jones there at backward point.
Yeah, it looked as though she was trying to just work it into the offside for a single rather than potentially it's a full ball, put it away. Having said that, Josie does get a lot of turn and bounce, so potentially just caught out by a bit of spin there. We'll have another look at it at the replay. Yes, it has turned.
She's reached
for it as well, yeah.
So, McCracken has to depart. 95 minutes, 77 balls, 7 boundaries. She backs up that 133 not out with a 57, but she has to depart. And a former Blaze / Lightning player, Nancy Harmon, is
now it'll be interesting to see how she plays this, because Nancy can whack it.
Groves is into the new batter and driven hard up the ground and well fielded off her own bowling. On Josie Groves, she's the player that's probably impressed me the most from the 4 games that I've watched so far this season. She scores useful runs at 8 or 9, doesn't she?
Absolutely.
You know,
Jet in the field.
and you know, has got through 10 overs for, you know, making things happen, as we see there, as everyone on the pitch oohs and ahs, and Marie Kelly's throwing her head back in the commentary box as well.
It's just good signs when you see a batter going back to to a full ball, isn't it? Just getting excited for Josie.
She's in again and driven
Brilliantly
hard
bowled.
up the ball again, well fielded off her own bowling, asking questions. But it must be great for a young player like Josie, having someone like Sarah Glenn in the squad with all that international experience, 2 leg spinners bowling in tandem. She drags this one slightly down, gets away with it because I think it flicked the thigh pad, so it can't be a wide.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think by her own admission, she probably hasn't bowled as well as she's liked over the last couple of weeks. So for her to come and do this today, with each game she's got better and better and better, and she's someone that just likes to play. That looks out. Umpire decided not going with it. Big shout. Not give it. Just bowling. Just get lots of rhythm. And then if she's not bowling, she likes to go to another match to try and get some runs in that as well. So I think you mentioned it earlier. When you're young, you can do that. You got the energy. You don't get as stiff. But she seems to have found a good rhythm from just playing the game. I think that's what you need, especially as a leg. You just need to keep bowling, don't you, and just find your groove.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of volume. I suppose she's had that exposure, hasn't she, playing England under 19.
Yeah.
She's played some tournament cricket, been on England programmes. Sarah Glenn to continue.
And that's the thing now with some of the girls coming through. They're just getting to play so much cricket and a high standard of cricket as well. That the amount you can learn from that is so good to see. And then also some those games. I think someone joked a while ago that like Alice Capsey, she only ever played in stadiums, even when she was like 16, 17. She's always playing at really good grounds. And you think that's fantastic now for young girls coming through that they get that opportunity. You just learn so much from it.
Yeah, I mean, you're by no means old, but you know, you kind of came through that England academy system, didn't you? Where there was maybe only 16 girls out of the whole country that got that exposure to extra cricket. As Glenn's in once again and punched off the back foot by Norgrove for another single.
Absolutely, we were this does make me sound old, but we're the era where you had to go and you had to pay for your own travel or your own hotel if you were playing Somerset away, and you turn up to like a third team club ground, and the wicket's the same colour as the outfield and all that, so it just doesn't allow your skills to develop as much as playing on wickets like this.
Scampered single, good cricket actually. Good
Hit would have been out then.
Do you think?
Yeah, I reckon a direct hit, but throw was a bit wayward. But I think that's what they have to do. I think they just have to look to run hard, drop and run, put some pressure back on Blaze in some aspect, and try and force some bad balls out of Sarah Glenn, who has not bowled many of those today.
Just racking up the dot balls as she almost concludes her spell. 32 dot balls now with the ball to come. So over half of her balls are dot balls.
Yeah, been brilliant this from Glennie. Really pleased for her. She had quite a nasty injury as well over the last couple of months, so returning back from that. Good to see her back in the swing of things now. Norgrove just pushes that out to cover for a single.
So that'll conclude the 29th. It concludes Sarah Glenn's spell. 3 wickets for 35 from her 10. 32 dot balls. And I've just trawled back through. She's conceded 2 boundaries.
She'll be very happy with that. Very happy. Much better today. Just looked a bit more consistent. I think she had the right field set. Coming on earlier always helps. I think you have to probably be more aggressive than you want to when you're facing Glennie early, and you have to be brave to take that risk against her. And not many people want to do that in the 12th, 13th over the game, as opposed to 32nd. You've got no choice. You have to kind of take that risk.
Groves to continue. This one's been sliced away and it will go for 4. It's gone over those practice wickets and ran away quickly. So a boundary, a rare boundary to start the over.
Yeah, just chucking it a bit wide, that one. But that brought a wicket previously, so that's the game, isn't it? Sometimes brings you a wicket, sometimes 4. That's the nature of bowling leg spin, I think.
It is indeed. What's her answer this time? She's in again and full and straight, and Norgrove prods forward and isn't completely convincing in her defence there.
Yeah, I think we have to bowl a lot fuller now to these newer batters and make them play straight. Oh, brilliantly picked up sweep shot.
Yeah, it was a beautiful sweep shot, well fielded on the boundary by Sarah Glenn. It seems like the ball's followed the bowlers who've been on spell all the time. There's nothing worse when you're a bowler. You need a bit of rest, don't you? But
Absolutely, it's always the way, isn't it? She has gone to a bit of a hot spot though, is Glennie, out of deep backward square. Well bowled from Josie, another dot ball. That's the area to bowl to new batters. Again, I probably like to see cover up, but I understand it with the leggy that you slightly drag that down. It could be 4 runs, and that kind of relieves the pressure. So don't mind it too much.
in once again, and she's whacked that into her foot.
She's absolutely smashed that into her left foot, is Nancy Harmon.
Well, you said she hits the ball hard. She's hit the ball hard into her foot there. Groves in again. She's wide outside that off stump, a little bit full. We're going to see another square drive. Some good work there on the outfield. Yes.
It's Ella Claridge out there.
Yeah, she's been in the game a lot today as well.
She has, yeah. Hampshire then 111 for 5 after 30.
Can they double it from here? You'd be disappointed from a Blaze point of view if they did, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'd be thinking,
especially with the wicket column.
I'd want all out for under 200 here. Let's go for the kill.
I think your point about the boundary riders as well is if they're just getting 1 and they're just getting 3 and over and 4 and over, that creates frustration as well. So actually, you play a good shot and you get 1 for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that?
And that seems to be what's
psychology that pays off actually.
Yeah, but it seems to always be the way. When you're under the pump, you seem to just middle it to the fielder rather than the gaps. It's probably just all not gone quite that well for Hampshire. Because some of those shots have been really good. That sweep from Abby Norgrove straight out the middle, but just good bit of field placement as well from Josie and Sarah Glenn out there. And this is the thing when you have players that have got that much experience, like Catherine, Sarah Glenn there as well.
Change of bowling then. We're going to see Grace Ballinger on from the Radcliffe Road end. So a change of end for her, and she's coming round the wicket. Starts with a dot ball. So
this is Tammy and Grace, I think, showing here that we're going for the kill. So bringing your strike bowler back on. Tammy's probably thinking, who am I going to that will get me a wicket now? And clearly her answer there is Grace Ballinger.
And why do you think she's going around the wicket? Because the natural shape from over the wicket is back into the pads, isn't it, to the right-handers? So what's the ploy here?
Well, she normally does it a bit more towards the death, potentially like a wide plan, or then just tucking batters up. I personally think she's just as attacking from over the wicket, especially because I think she could probably still swing this as well. But sometimes it's a bit of personal preference, whatever feels the most attacking to her.
She's in now with that bouncy run up and on the money once again as Norgrove pushes forward and another dot ball.
She has got a couple of wickets like this as well, just beating in between bat and pad. You have to have your bat and pad close together with this angle. Any miss here and stumps are gone. So I'm sure that'll be what she's thinking. Another dot ball there from Grace, and it's really funny actually being on the field with Grace. She gets really annoyed when there's dot balls from batters or when batters are defending her, and when they're defending her well. She actually seems more calm when they've played a good shot or it's gone out for a run. I just don't think I think she likes it when they're trying to play a shot or doing something.
That's a personality, isn't it? Because you know everything about Grace because she wears everything on the outside, doesn't she? As she's in again and induces that false shot that's going to run down to the third region for a single. It's
Yeah,
almost
she
like
doesn't
she's
hide.
Like, "Come on, hit me, hit me."
Yeah, that's what she wants.
She
Yeah,
wants to fight, doesn't
yeah,
she?
she wants the battle, and then when batters are being almost like boring to her and just playing solidly, she gets very frustrated with them, and she's like, "Come on, just play a shot, do do something." So, and I'm often at mid on and mid off, so I'm trying to calm her down while she's getting frustrated for that.
I mean, she's a fast bowler, isn't she? You'd expect nothing less from her.
Yeah,
She's
let her get on with it, eh?
in round the wicket again, and very full, and play and miss, and well taken by Sarah Bryce. That's the end of the 31st. Hampshire are 112 for 5. The not out batters are Abby Norgrove 11 and Nancy Harmon 3. We're going to reboot the sound desk here, guys. We are having a few technical issues, so we're going to have a little break while we try and reboot the sound here. So we're going to have pictures just for a couple of minutes, and we'll be back with you shortly. Good afternoon, everybody. James Carr back with you. We've had a bit of a reboot on the sound. I think we're working all right. Well, we'll get a thumbs up from our producer shortly, but hopefully you've been taking in the live pictures as Hampshire move on to 120 for 5 now. Marie Kelly has vacated the box. Thanks to Marie for coming joining us and offering her insight. Down the leg side, this one from Grace Ballinger, who is sticking with the ploy of coming round the wicket. There's a real nice buzz around Trent Bridge now with people piling in for the food festival and taking in the cricket. Ballinger's round the wicket once again, full and straight this time. Thumbs up from the producer as driven on the up from Harmon and cut off by Sarah Glenn. Ballinger, last ball of the over round the wicket, and this one's going to be turned into leg side. Going to scamper through for a single. It's cut off by mid-wicket, but they'll get through for the single. So, Hampshire, 122 for 5 after 33. 17 more to bowl, should they all be needed. If you're in the Blaze camp, you'd think they'd like to probably get them all out here and take that momentum into the tea interval. Josie Groves is going to continue. She's full and quite wide out the offside there. There's a bit of a square dab from Nancy Harmon, just resisting, trying to overhit that one. It's cut off by backward point. She's in again, and this one's driven well, and there's going to be a bit of work for the deep cover boundary fielder to do there, and not going to be able to cut it off. Glorious drive there from Nancy Harmon. Not seen many boundaries in this innings so far, but that was a well-balanced drive through the offside. And very welcome from a Hampshire point of view. Just going to be a break in play here. The photographer was very close to the boundary edge there. Just been asked by the umpire to go back a little bit deeper. So, Josie Groves, what's her response here? Harmon just trying to overhit that ball. Just hits it into her ankle again, actually, looking at the replays. Groves is in and on the money this time as it's tickled into leg side and cut off by Amy Jones, now in the mid-wicket region. Driven hard up the ground this time. It's going to beat mid-wicket, and long gone will cut it off. Looks like all of Prendergast is out there doing the fielding. Norgrove on strike now, and she'll negotiate the final ball of the over. So 34 overs gone here. Hampshire 127 for 5. Grace Ballinger's keen as mustard. Cap already in the hands of the umpire, who's not even in position yet. Redoing her hair, which is customary practice at the start of all of her overs when she takes a cap off. So Harmon and Norgrove just absorbing a little bit of pressure. They faced 45 balls between them, so almost 8 overs worth of bowling just after that cluster of wickets at the back end of the Sarah Glenn spellers. Ballinger's in, and Harmon defends pretty comfortably, but Norgrove was on a bike at the non-striker's end and is sent back by Harmon. Ballinger once again on the money, using that wide angle from round the wicket to just choke up the right-handed batter of Nancy Harmon. Where's this game going to go? We've seen lots of runs in the first 3.5 rounds of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. I don't think this is going to be a massive score unless one of these can really get going and put the pressure back on the Blaze and up the ante. Going to have a look at some of the scores around the country in the Metro Bank One Day Cup in a moment. Ballinger round the wicket, driven nicely and well fielded and cut off by Tammy Bowmont there at extra cover. Throw was a little bit untidy, but there is no run nevertheless. So 36 dot balls bowled by Grace Ballinger now. 21 runs in her spell so far from 7.4 overs. And the breakthrough of Maya Boucher in the power play as well at the top of the order as she's in again. And this one's going to be driven away. Bit of work for Catherine Bryce, who's scurrying round from deep extra cover and is going to cut that off. So there's only one run taken. So another small win for the Blaze there as they continue to put the brakes on the Hampshire run chase. Sorry, the Hampshire innings, the Hampshire compilation of runs. Ballinger last over of the 35th. Looks like she's bowled a bit of a cutter there, a bit of a tweaker, rolled her fingers over it, but she's got a radar on. It's gone down the leg side. So she's going to have to re-bowl that again as she throws her head back and puffs her cheeks in frustration. So Ballinger, 7th ball of the over to re-bowl that last one. Throws her head up in frustration. I think she's really having a battle within herself and a battle with the batters, trying to get them to play some shots. Marie Kelly offered us that insight that she gets frustrated, does Grace Ballinger, when batters just kind of nerdle her around. She's almost more happy when they're going after her, but obviously that comes with a lot of risk. So that concludes the 35th over. Hampshire are 130 for 5 now. Looks like we're going to have seam from the Stuart Broad end as well. So we've got one opener on in Grace Ballinger, and we're going to see Charlie Phillips, the other opener, coming back for a second spell. They've swapped ends. We saw Charlie Phillips bowl from this end against Lancashire on round 1. So Phillips pushing off from the Stuart Broad end. She's in right arm over the wicket and she's on the money straight away, pushing Norgrove back in her crease. There'll be no run. Going to have a look at the scores round the ground in the Metro Bank One Day Cup in a second. As Phillips is in once again. She's a little bit straighter this time. She's turned into the leg side. It'll be cut off by Catherine Bryce at deep square leg. So it'll just be a single. Boundaries are really hard to come by at the moment. So up at Chester Street, Durham are they're none for 1 and they're off for rain. Susie Bates was out second ball of the innings, but they only bowled 3 balls in that first over and they're off for rain at the moment up at Durham. So that game hasn't really got going as Phillips is in once again and on the money as Harman has to check a drive there. And we get another dot. So not a lot happening up at Durham at the moment. Lancashire Women are 164 for 3 against Essex. Eve Jones in the runs again, 57. Emma Lamb got a start of 43. Katie Mack currently 31 not out. She's joined at the crease by Fee Morris, who's 14 not out. Phillips in once again, and lovely check drive up to mid-on. There'll be no run though, as it's cut off by Grace Ballinger. And the other fixture is Surrey versus Warwickshire. Surrey are 189 for 3 in the 32nd there. Bryony Smith, 78. Danny Wyatt Hodge, 20. Phillips is in, and this one's whipped away. It's going to bounce once in front of Sarah Bryce. An aerial flick there, just be another single. Alice Capsey's out, 25, ball by Emma Arlett. Sophia Dunkley currently not out, 37. She's joined at the crease by Alison Davidson Richards. So that game is in the balance there. It's a long way to go in all these batting innings. Hampshire would probably like a few more runs from where they are. As Charlie Phillips is in, she bangs this one in and it's pulled away. Catherine Bryce is coming round. She takes the catch at deep square leg. So the variation has paid off there. Some smart bowling from the youngster. And another Hampshire batter has to depart. Almost slapped away, way above her head was Abby Norgrove when she pulled that one away, and Catherine Bryce moved around to her right very well. So Abby Norgrove has to depart for 17. She's occupied the crease for 36 minutes. She got one ball away to the boundary, but she's going to have to depart. And the Blaze will be very happy with that breakthrough after a quiet period, shall we say. Quiet period. So that's the end of the 36 over. Freya Davies, England international experience, has come to the crease. Don't get to see her bat often, so it'll be interesting to see what she's got to offer, because this Hampshire batting does need a bit of impetus to finish the innings. Now, I am pleased to say that Joe Sharphouse has joined us, and I'm just getting a whiff of food through the window here. So, Joe, tell everyone what your role is here at Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club.
Yeah, hi James. So my role's head of commercial sales, but looking after a lot of the, amongst other things, a lot of the non-match day event program that we put on here at the ground.
So today it's a big part of the Trent Bridge calendar, isn't it? It happens every year now over the bank holiday.
Yeah, we've made it a thing. I think we did the first one last year, and it was a really nice way of sort of building an event around the cricket. Really, we knocked on the door of about 5,000 people here last year, and I think we'll see a similar number coming in today as well. So. Yeah, a lot of families, a lot of local people coming in, just enjoying the vibe. Really, there's 17 street food traders, I think, down there that have all got their stuff cooking away. It's been, you're right, the smell.
There's actually some smoke now. We're getting some smoke coming over the top of the stands, which is brilliant. We've had a bowling change as well. Catherine Bryce is taken over from Grace Ballinger at the Radcliffe Road end. So what can we expect? What kind of grub?
There's a lot of stuff out there. I've had a wander around, like I say, the smells are excellent. There's a whole variety of different food stuff for people to come and enjoy and try, and a couple of DJs playing down there as well. I think we've got a steel band going to be on the top of the soundbar in a bit. I think they're on from 1 o'clock ish. So yeah, loads going on, and it means that we can just build an event around the cricket. It gets a whole new audience into the ground, and as we've been we've been fortunate to have the Blaze here now for a few years, and after sort of securing that Tier 1 status and retaining them here at the beginning of this year, obviously since their transition up from Loughborough means we can. I think they love it as well. I think they go, like you say, those smells drifting over the top of the stands. I think they quite like to get the innings over and done with, so they can go and get involved.
And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? It smells fantastic as Catherine Bryce is here, just straight on the pads of Freya Davies, who faces her first ball in this innings. There's no run. Yeah, and I suppose, I completely agree. We've seen it in a lot of sporting events now. Music events at sporting events, aren't we? You're doing the thing with the food festival here today as Bryce is in again for another delivery and there's no run.
It does. It's this is one of the let's say the kind of extracurricular types of events that we do, and those people that have been to some of those other events. We had a drone show here in March, which switched to the second. Unfortunately, we lost one in December due to the weather, but that's a completely different spectacle. Obviously, we've secured the kind of fireworks shows now as well in November. The beer festival's coming back in October. So yeah, it's really nice to see the ground used for other things, really. And I know we play a lot of cricket here, but if we can find times during the winter over and above some of the normal sort of conferencing and event stuff that we do to utilise the ground in the right way, and like I say, bring new audiences in, make a bit of money if we can along the way, which always helps the wheels turn. So it's it's really nice to see that variation in those people, and introducing them to the sport in some respect as well. We know from some of the data that we've seen, like that some people have never set foot inside Trent Bridge before, so opening the doors to those people to sort of touch and feel it a little bit is a really good thing to do.
Charlie Phillips is back on, and she's banged another one in, and Nancy Harmon plays that really well and hits it down and will take the single. So if anyone's watching and listening in, and they're local, or they're milling around in Nottingham today, not doing anything, does it cost to come in?
Yeah, I mean, I think the tickets for a full days of cricket. So we have had people in here from the start. I think we've got 2 sessions of the food festival. So the first one started at 12 o'clock. That runs until 4:30, and then we'll have another session after 4:30 up until sort of 9 o'clock tonight. So yeah, Bank Holiday Sunday. The sun does keep popping its head out, doesn't it? So there's it is there somewhere. We were lucky last year. I think we had a beautiful day for it last year, and slightly cooler today, but it's it's quite nice in the concourse areas, and you can say grab a drink, grab some food, come and sit and watch the play. Adults tickets are £6, so it's it's not a huge outlay for people. Again, owing to the fact that you come in and spend some money on some food and get a full day's cricket as well.
That's fantastic. And are you open tomorrow for the bank holiday Monday?
No, just today. Just badged up with the game today.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So Charlie Phillips, what can she do? Lots of energy into the crease now. Driven on the up. It's a very good shot from Freya Davies, and she's going to get a boundary for it. So she's opened her account, showing what she can do with the bat. We don't get to see her often bat that much, being a lower order batter and a frontline bowler, but that was the shot of a very, very competent batter. She's back in her stance now, tapping away. Phillips in. How could she finish this over? She bangs this one in and beats the bat. There'll be no run, and that's the end of the 38th over. Hampshire 138 for 6. So Joe, are you a cricket man yourself, or have you come to work in cricket?
Yeah, sport. Well, just generally sport, I guess. To be honest, James, I had a 9-year stint over the road at Nottingham Forest on a sort of similar role, marketing and commercial space, and left there in 2015 to go into concert promoting, which was an interesting interesting 6 or 7 years doing that. We did a lot of concerts in cricket grounds actually, throughout the country. And then a bit of time in retail, and I've been here for just over 2 years now, and settled in well. And I've always had fondness for Trent Bridge. It's we're a bit biased, I guess, at this end, but it's the best cricket ground in the world. So it's you kind of I walked out from the office the other night. The sun was setting over the Radcliffe Road stand, and so I just stopped for a minute and went, I work here. This is where I turn up to earn a living, and there's worse places to work.
Yeah, it's really special, isn't it? Even just sat in the box here, the privilege of being able to watch cricket and the game we love. As Bryce has hit the outside half edge of the bat here, and it's going to run away up to that Stuart Broad end. It's a long way up there, so it's not going to go for 4, but they may come back for 3 here. They do, so that's going to help the Hampshire account for sure. But a false shot induced by Catherine Bryce there. I think as well, cricket's a very traditional game, and historically, some of these clubs are 150 years old, aren't they? And they primarily their purpose were cricket clubs. But the world changes, it evolves. Commerce has changed and evolved, hasn't it? As Davies tickles that one into the leg side for no run.
It has, and I think and everybody's got their views and opinions on the formats of the game that are now around, and what the impacts that's had on the scheduling of the domestic structure, I think having seen sort of different sports, I think cricket has worked hard to try and reinvent itself in some spaces to engage that new audience and try and make sure that the youngsters of today are going to turn into those test match watching people of the future, really, and from either a spectator perspective or participation. I've got 2 young kids myself, and they both play, and that social element that brings to the party as well is really important. So again, just sort of alluding back to the conversation we've had really about new people into the ground, new people seeing the sport, new people seeing the ground and the venue, and finding the right sort of events, I guess, to complement what happens on the pitch. That's the
end of a 39th over. Hampshire on to 142 for 6. It's just nice to use a facility as well, isn't it? That if it's not being used for cricket, can be used for something else, because it costs a lot of money to turn the lights on, doesn't it?
It does.
And run a building that doesn't actually do anything for 6 months, in theory. We're seeing, we've got some really good international stadia, haven't we, now, hosting cricket, and they're iconic venues. As Charlie Phillips is in, and she bangs this one in. It's a false shot off the face of the bat. It's going to go down to 3rd region. It's going to fall short, so it's just the single. She's really hurried up the batters, as Charlie Phillips, in this second spell. So I think it's brilliant that the ground can double up as a venue for other things, and then, like you say, running other events alongside cricket. I think that's really cool. We've probably took a while to learn a few things from the Americans and the Australians in that respect, haven't we? As that one looks pretty adjacent, and the finger goes up from the umpire. Charlie Phillips has beaten the defences of Nancy Harmon there. Just too quick for the Hampshire batter. Wrapped on the pads, and another wicket in the column for the Blaze. Another wicket in the column for Charlie Phillips, picking up her second. And the Blaze are making serious inroads into this Hampshire batting lineup, who are on course to post a very below par score here at Trent Bridge.
I think it's finding the right events as well, James, to, like I say, to complement what the core offering is here. And we talked to the Blaze. We talked to the women and said, look, we're going to stick some DJs on under the stand, and there'll be a bit of noise and a bit of chatter, and they were all for it. They were really pro it to kind of elevate the day, and, like I say, some bring some new people through the door. And I think as I've got a bit of experience in this space and seeing how things can be done badly, if that's the right word, as well. And you know, we're not going to bet the house. You know, we're custodians of this wonderful venue. We need to find the right sort of fit for the right events that achieve a variety of objectives for us, really.
I mean, but food's a great one, isn't it? I mean, the diversity of Nottingham as a city. You can celebrate the culture and the colour and the fabric of this city
100%.
in food, can't you?
100%.
And who doesn't love food, you know, regardless of kind of your background? It's a way of really bringing people together, isn't it?
Massively.
Phillips then in and full and straight and fast, and this one's dug out by the new batter, Poppy Tulloch, and she opens her account. She plays that well.
You see that with the audience that's come in this morning, just running around the stands, and the variety and the diversity, as you've said, of the people that are here is wonderful to see.
And I think, you know, cricket's had some, you know, real bad narratives in the last 5 years, shall we say, because of, you know, various things that are in the news and in the media. As Charlie Phillips bangs that one in and it's given a wide, it was very, very high above Freya Davies' head. And, you know, I don't want to sweep some of the bad news under the carpet, but the point I'm making is there's some really cool stuff that happens in our sport. I don't think any other sport can bring Afro-Caribbean, South Asian people together like our sport does. And in addition, the work we do around disability cricket, the way we've professionalised with the women's game, I'm very passionate about making cricket a game for all. And I think the fact you can open your gates today and celebrate the culture of this city through food and flavour is really powerful. So
well, I think that's back to what I was trying to maybe say about the right type of events, and I think it's fitting in with that. That strategy, if that's the right word, and you're right. And Mandy and Ian in our sort of community side of things and looking after the recreational game, do some tremendous work. And I think complementing the work that they do with that to cricket. I remember my my little girl came to watch the Women's Ashes Test in 2023 when we had it here, and she went home wanting to be Tommy Bowmont. And I think it's that seeing it to believe it, and certainly in terms of the growth of the women's game, it's meaningful, and seeing the Blaze play here today at Trent Bridge, and they'll get a whole load of new fans walking out the door tonight, who maybe wouldn't ordinarily have given it a second thought. So it all plays into the same thing.
Couldn't have put it better myself. That concludes the 40th over. Hampshire are 145 for 7 as we look at the Manhattan chart there on screen. Not many overs going above, 5. A few just kind of touching the 6 mark. Just the 1 over going for 8. It's been a shrewd bowling performance so far from the Blazers. Catherine Bryce continues and tucks up the new batter Poppy Tulloch, who is 1 not out from her 2 deliveries. And you play a bit of cricket yourself? Or
Badly.
Yeah. I mean, your girls are playing.
Yeah, little girl plays. She's just started. My little boy, he's a little bit more sort of advanced. It's hard fitting it all in, if I'm honest. They're busy kids. Football during the winter, and then cricket having a variety of other things, dancing and gymnastics.
I know the feeling.
Cadets and all the other stuff that's going on.
Bryce in and Tulloch rocks back there trying to dig one out into the offside, but there's no run. Yeah, I know that feeling. Busy family life.
Absolutely.
It's great.
All good though.
It's great the kind of the things that are on offer for kids these days, isn't it? Obviously All Stars is about to kick off again in Clubland, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a great product. It doesn't have to compete with other sports because you can fit it in around it, but it doesn't half make you busy families with all these activities that the children do. It's great to see so many families in here today at Trent Bridge as Catherine Bryce is in, right arm over the wicket, on the money, just pegging Poppy Tulloch back in her crease. I think the other thing is, there's markedly a lot more people in the ground today. But the last home game here was a Wednesday, and that's, you know, a lot of people have got a lot of things to say about. Oh, there's one man and his dog watching the game, but how many people, are working during the day when cricket takes place, whether it's men's 4-day cricket or women's 1-day cricket, so we really do have to kind of seize those opportunities at the weekend with the high value events, don't we?
Yeah, and that, look, that's back to that conversation that we've got going on around the scheduling and almost the pressure on facilities here. There's 13 wickets across the middle of the pitch that we're looking at, and it's tight. Steve, the groundsman, does a wonderful job at preparing in the pitch, but it's not easy to fit it all in. And but we've managed. That we've got this game here today. 4 of our T20 games are double headers, with the Blaze playing here, and they're also double headers at Leicestershire and Derbyshire as well.
Josie Groves is back on from the Stuart Broad end, so the same end she bowled before. Her spell has been broken up by those couple of overs from Charlie Phillips. Groves has got 2 and a bit overs to come before she's bowled her allotment. Freya Davies untroubled so far. Not really taking the bowling apart, I may add, as Groves is in, and this one's tickled round the corner. It's going to beat short fine leg, but Grace Ballinger will catch up with it, so it's just the one single. Yeah, I'm hoping for something Indian or perhaps something a bit spicy Mexican.
It's hard to choose. Like, it's a difficult choice. You haven't got long to go, have you? Like, you're gonna have to run around those food units.
I've got a voucher, which is very kind of you.
You're gonna have to, you're gonna have to choose though.
To get there as Poppy Tullock's tucked up this time by Josie Groves.
Banquet 14-15, I think, is my favourite.
And what do they do?
They do a mean steak.
Ooh.
Although I've just seen the bento boxes as well. They look pretty good.
That one's dragged down by Josie Grove. It's pulled away, but some great work done in that short, fine leg region from Grace Ballinger. Yeah, I love Asian food, that fusion flavours. Grove's in and driven on the up by Davies, but there'll be no run. Yeah, anything with a side of spring rolls I do enjoy. Yeah.
Disco fries was is also down there. That was I think it was a Ticker Turner disco fries.
Oh, outside edge there from Davies. It's going to run down to a very straight third region. It's dragged back there by who's down there. Can't see because we're blinded by the railings, but it's eventually thrown in by Grace Ballinger. Great piece of fielding as a pair there. So that's the end of the 42nd. 150's up, 151 for 7. 8 to come. It's just limping along the Hampshire innings, really.
That sun's out, James. Told you it was on its way.
Yeah, it's not cold, is it? It's about 5 or 6 degrees cooler than it was during the week. We've been spoilt with some weather, haven't we? But it's pretty fair weather today. Good weather for playing cricket in. It's Catherine Bryce is in, right arm over the wicket, and this one is carved away through the offside. But Blaze have got their bases set pretty well, so it's just a single. It's been a very professional performance so far by the Blaze, really putting a squeeze on this Hampshire batting lineup. Tullock back on strike and Bryce on the money. Straight away, no run. So what is happening behind that scaffolding and the tarpaulin at the Stuart Broad end? What can we expect to see in the coming months? down the leg side. This one is going to be tickled away. Bit of work to be done as Josie Groves comes round to collect that one.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, isn't there, over there? It's, I can hear the builders banging and smashing during the week. They're in full throes of the pavilion redevelopment, which it's about an 18-month project there or thereabouts, I think. Obviously, all the dressing rooms are relocated over to the Radcliffe Road side of the ground for the foreseeable future. Certainly this season and into the majority of next, I think. And the pavilion will see an internal refit, double dressing rooms to facilitate double headers, so that the men's and women's game can happen concurrently. At the minute, we have to make use of other facilities around the back of the pavilion and some of the old squash courts to convert those into dressing room spaces when we have those double headers. So that's the sort of primary function of the new pavilion, will be to have state-of-the-art facilities to accommodate those matches. It puts us, we'll have the best pavilion in the land, and the facilities in there will be from a cricket perspective, certainly will be the best in the country when it's finished. Which, for the likes of Ashes Test matches and other sort of major matches that are dished out, will be we need to be at the top table for that. So, getting back into that kind of commercial hat, I guess, and making sure Trent Bridge is and continues to host those games. It's really important from that perspective.
End of the 43rd then, 153 for 7 as Josie Groves starts the 44th over. Tammy Bowmont launching that ball into her England colleague Freya Davies. And is that capital that's raised by Knox, or is it supported by the ECB as part of kind of future tours and future test match events and things like that?
Yeah, a bit of everything, I think. I'm not entirely, in terms of the way that sort of funding's come about. It's come from a variety of sources. I believe I'm not sort of directly connected to that side of things. There's the finance guys and Lisa and the team and Andy, our chairman, have been involved in that side of things. But it's like I say, it's just making sure that the venue continues to be redeveloped, so that it's got facilities that are in keeping with the trajectory the game is headed, and the journey, certainly from the evolution and the growth of the female side of the sport is going. We needed to make those changes. We needed to have that growth in those facilities. We are creaking a little bit at the minute with what we've got here, and I think since the Blaze arrived, it's been lovely to have them sort of as part of the family, and it's been embraced by all, and everybody's has made that work, and the relationship that the men's side of the games has with the women's side is excellent. And they enjoy each other's company. We have sort of joint end of season awards, and they're kind of all at the Christmas party together and that kind of thing. It was a really lovely one club mentality in that respect. That culture that exists there is going to be reflected within that new building. Like I say, allow us to just move forward as the game moves forward. Really.
Sounds really exciting for the future of the club. And you added that the noisy neighbours across the road in football is doing well in the Premier League as well, or one of the clubs is anyway. It just adds to a thriving city, really, doesn't it?
We're lucky. We're really lucky. I mean, I came down to university and I've never left, and I think a big part of that was because of that sporting offering, really. And as we deem it, this sporting quarter that we live in, and a few floors above us here on Restaurant 6, you can look out over the city ground, and beyond that, Notts County. We've got the rugby club down the road, Home Pierpoint, Panthers, Forest Netball are playing this afternoon as well, and at the arena. So the evolvement and growth of that game is here to stay as well. And we're lucky. I don't think there's any city in the country that has this plethora of different sort of sports on certainly in such a sort of small space within the city boundary. So yeah, all for it.
Groves just struggling with the radar the last couple of deliveries, but she's back on it there, although Davies might feel she's missed out on the low full toss. But that's the end of the 44th. Hampshire 160 for 7. It's just gone cool again, having mentioned the sun.
Sorry.
Typical Northerners, eh? We bring our... we brag about the weather and then it disappears. So, where is this game going? It's just fizzling out, really, from a Hampshire point of view. The plays, it would be great for them to bowl them out, but if they concede less than 20 in these last 6, I'm sure they'll be happy to just take the 6 overs and get off and chase, you know, a target around 180. There's been a fielding change. I didn't quite see who went off because of the balcony railings here at the media end, but we've got a sub-fielder on a backward point for the moment. Catherine Bryce is still the bowler. She's in again to Poppy Tulloch, who is tucked up by the Scottish international. Bryce bowling her 10th over here, so she'll be done after this one. Just 21 conceded so far. No wickets today so far. She's got 3 more balls if she wants to get on the board, but I'm sure she'll be happy getting off here for none for 21. 42 dot balls. Incredible pressure being built by the Blaze today, and then it's yielded the wickets in clusters as she's in once again, and this one's driven. They'll squeeze out a single as Bowmont cuts it off at extra cover. Just squeezing out singles at the moment, Hampshire. In once again, a bit full of this one. It's driven nicely by Davies, but she can't get it through the field, so no run. Last ball of Bryce's spell is a dot. No wicket, 2 runs, 1 made and 44 dot balls. That's the key stat in that. 44 dot balls out of 60 balls. That is incredible, and it's a big reason why Hampshire are 161 for 7, building pressure from Catherine Bryce's bowling, whilst other bowlers pick up the wickets at the other end. The last boundary off a Hampshire bat was in the 38th over. We're into the 45th over now. Beg your pardon, we're into the 46th over. It's going to be Josie Groves to continue. This is her last over. This one's driven to cover point. It'll just be a single cut off. It's well marshalled out to that short side. Jones at mid-wicket. Did you get to watch many of the games, take in the action?
It depends, I guess, really. I often pop out during the certainly during the county games during the week and sit and have my lunch in the stand to take in a few overs. Yeah, I see most of the T20 stuff, to be fair. We're kind of all hands on deck to deliver those ones, and
low full toss this one. Tulloch disappointed there, she's not got that away, but Yeah, T20 night's great here at Trent Bridge, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've covered quite a few games on radio with the Outlaws. And it's an incredible place on a Thursday and a Friday night, in particular as Tulloch goes across the line to this one. Hits it quite high up, so it'll be an appeal that's muted pretty quickly.
I think the double headers added something to it as well, James. I think having a full day of entertainment and cricket to watch is great, and you know, back to everything we said earlier about new audiences and different people seeing different formats. We see that in the international stuff as well. You know, Zimbabwe coming up in a few weeks, and then India Women here in June, and then the South Africa game in September. So yeah, we're lucky to have the variety of cricket to watch here.
Josie Groves is done then. She's bowled her 10 overs, 1 for 43, including 1 maiden. Got the breakthrough, of course, with Ella McCacken, who made 57 earlier on in the innings. We're going to see Grace Ballinger back on for a third spell. She's going to bowl from the Radcliffe Road end, from our viewpoint, around the wicket, left arm. She's wide of the mark there, and it's slashed away behind backward point. It will be cut off by the third region fielder, so it's just the single. 37.5 over was when the last boundary was scored by a Hampshire batter. Almost approaching 9 overs since the last boundary. As Ballinger's in, and she's on the money as she pegs Tulloch back in her crease. If you're a neutral, we just want to see some fireworks now at the end, don't we, just to entertain the crowd?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Just a few long handle sixes just to get that Hampshire total up. I'm sure if you're a Blaze fan, you want to see the end of this tail wagging and have a pretty straightforward run chase, but it's been pretty quiet for 10 or so overs as Ballinger's in round the wicket. This one's slapped just wide of Tammy Bowmont, extra cover. They think about coming back for 2, but have to be quick to get back for 2.
Credit to the bowlers. I was going to say credit to the bowlers, James. They're not giving them much to go at here, are they?
No, they've bowled really well, and the captaincy's been really good. The field settings have been really good. They've really built pressure today. This one's banged in and worked around the corner by Freya Davies. I'll pick up another single, taking it on to 14. Yeah, it's been really attritional in terms of the batters have lost concentration through Blaze bringing fielders in, then sending fielders out, cutting off boundaries and building pressure. Ballinger in with that bouncy run up that's synonymous with her as she tucks the batter up. They can steal a single because there is a big gap between backward point and extra cover, but there's also that boundary rider fielder in Catherine Bryce, who's about 10 yards in from the extra cover boundary. Mid on and mid off up in the circle. Bit of temptation there if you get it through, but that one's dug out by Freya Davies. There'll be no run. 47 gone, 167 for 7. What are Hampshire going to do here? They're going to get the long handle out and try and get up to 200. Joe, thanks for joining us. I'll let you go and get your lunch now.
I'm going to have to choose, aren't I? That's the biggest thing. I have to make a quick choice.
You know, wish you all the best for this event and all the other events coming up during the summer. And just thanks for sharing a bit of that flavour from the commercial team and what's happening at Trent Bridge.
Thanks for having me.
No problem.
Cheers, Jade.
3 overs to go then. Charlie Phillips is going to continue from the Stuart Broad end. She's going to bowl her 10 in 3 spells as well. Bowmont just not letting the batters settle, being really creative with some of these bowling changes. She's in now, right arm over the wicket, bangs this in. It's going to be worked behind square, but Sarah Glenn is down there at fine leg. Bit of a fumble, but she recovers it and throws it into the gloves of Sarah Bryce. Starting to hear a bit of music coming from under the stands here at Trent Bridge. Bit of entertainment whilst taking in the food festival. Phillips in, bangs this one in, but down the leg side as well, and umpire Hassan Adnan waves his arm. Phillips once again, right arm over the wicket, bangs this one in. It's on the thigh pad of Freya Davies, who turns it around the corner, and Catherine Bryce, who just seems to be everywhere in the field. She was at deep extra cover, then she's at deep square leg, she's at deep cover point before. The ball just seems to follow her, and there's not been 1-2 taken to her in the field today. Shows the athleticism and the hard work that goes into all the cricketers here. Phillips in once again, and a bit of a swing away from Poppy Tulloch, who hits this one in front of square, and you know it, Catherine Bryce is there again, cutting it off, just the single. Two balls away from the 10 over mark since the last boundary from the Hampshire batters. Banged in this one, and it whistles past the nose of Freya Davies, who just sways out the way of that one. Tap of the bat from Davies. Phillips on her way, bangs it in again. Similar result. Less evasive action this time from Freya Davies. Just a lull around the ground. I think everyone's attention is on the food now. We've not really seen much in the way of entertainment from this Hampshire batting at the end of the innings, as this one's banged in and it's edged and it goes through the gloves of Sarah Bryce. It'll get cut off down at third region. So the short ball ploy worked, but the chance couldn't be taken. Was very high and to the right of Sarah Bryce. You'll still be disappointed because she's got the glove on it, but just showing that that short ball tactic can yield wickets from Charlie Phillips. So she's 9 overs now, 2 for 41. There's 2 overs remaining here. Ballinger's got 1, and she's going to see out her spell at the Radcliffe Road end. And I assume Charlie Phillips will see out her spell at the other end. So could be a good thing for Hampshire. Pace on if they can lay bat on ball, generate some power. As this one's hit hard up the ground, we're going to get a boundary here. It's bisected mid wicket and mid on, fallen straight on the pads from Ballinger, and a beautifully balanced on drive from Freya Davies. So much needed for the Hampshire faithful. 176 for 7. First boundary in 10 overs 10 overs and 2 balls since the last boundary. As Ballinger's in and on the money this time, as Davies plays with a straight bat and Ballinger fields off her own bowling. It's going to be a bit of a conflab here. Georgia Elwis and Tammy Bowmont just having a chat with the bowler. A third man fielder is going to come into the circle. Deep mid wicket's going to go out where those practice wickets are on the short side. Here at Trent Bridge, she's in round the wicket and gets hold of this one. It's gone straight to mid off, but they've taken the single. They set off quick. It was good, positive run in there from Freya Davies. She knew she was going to the danger end, but got home safely. Brings Poppy Tulloch on strike. She gets her hands through this one and squeeze out another single. Deep cover, cutting that one off. Two to come in the 49th, as this one is worked into leg side, but as has been very frequent in this innings, the boundary riders, the bases have been covered well, and that one's cut off by deep backward square leg. Seven from the over though, with one to come, is to be expected in the penultimate over, as this one's heaved away into the leg side. It will be cut off by that deep mid-wicket fielder that's been deployed after that first ball of the over. So Ballinger, she's done 1 for 36 from her 10, 40 dot ball, 66% dot ball percentage. That is pretty good return from the left arm seamer. Another big contribution with the ball, and another reason why Hampshire are 180 for 7 with one to come. Blaze have bowled really, really well. We can't take anything away from the performance. I think the captain seems to be good. The game management's been really good. But you do feel that it's still a 240, 250 day. Winning the toss, good wicket, played true. It's not turned too much, not swung too much. Hampshire will feel they're well under here. Heaved away this time by Tulloch, down the ground, didn't quite get all of it. They'll get back for 2. They may think about a third. Ballinger gets the ball in though, and cuts off the third one. Tulloch moves on to 12. Charlie Phillips from the Stuart Broad end bangs this one in, and it's pulled away again by Tulloch. It's misfielded by mid-on, so they're going to come back for 2. It's cut off in the end by the covering fielder, but Ballinger will be disappointed there. It should have just been 1, so it keeps Tulloch on strike. You've got a bit of licence to thrill in this last over. Hampshire shouldn't be bowled out. The tea interval. Phillips in, bangs this in, and this flat batted to extra cover and well fielded by Tammy Bowmont. They will sneak through for the single. It's that time of the game where you just set off and run, and but for a bit of magical fielding you should be safe, as they are. So that brings Freya Davies on strike. 3 balls remaining in this innings. Phillips on her way. She comes down the track, does Davies, and swats that away into the leg side. It'll be cut off by Bryce at deep square leg. So Phillips just bowling to a field, bowling some really good areas to the field set and the plan set. Tulloch back on strike, 186 for 7. Can they get up past the 190 mark? This one's hit hard again, but the control from Phillips means it's just the one. Field well set. Bravery from the Blades to keep mid on and mid off up. Asking the batters to do something creative, take risks. 187 for 7, one ball to come. The Blades will be really happy with this performance. Phillips is in now, and this one's going to go over the top of the keeper, top edge. Sarah Glenn will come round from fine leg. They'll come back for 2. The ball will be dead as it goes into the gloves of Sarah Bryce. So Hampshire have made 189 for 7. I think it's way below par in terms of where we thought the innings would go at the start, but Blaze have been outstanding. They've built some serious pressure with the ball and have really stifled that Hampshire batting. Ella McCacken got the Hampshire Women up for a really good start. 57 she scored, backing up that 133 that she made on Wednesday. Maya Boucher departed to the bowling of Grace Ballinger for 14. Charlie Knott bowled by Sarah Glenn for 8. Georgia Adams LBW to Sarah Glenn for 13. Rihanna Southby bowled by Sarah Glenn for 3. Abby Norgrove got going, 17 she made before she was out to the bowling of Charlie Phillips, caught by Catherine Bryce at deep square leg. And Nancy Harmon occupied the crease for a while before she was LBW to Charlie Phillips as well. Looking at the bowling figures then, all 5 bowlers bowled 10 overs. Charlie Phillips opened up with 2 for 48. Grace Ballinger 1 for 36, Sarah Glenn 3 for 36, pick of the bowlers. Catherine Bryce, no wickets today, but just the 22 runs off her bowling. And Josie Groves, who made the breakthrough and got the big wicket of Ella McCacken, she was 1 for 43. The big thing was dot balls though. Catherine Bryce bowled 40 odd dot balls, Sarah Glenn 30 odd dot balls. They built some serious pressure and they really minimised the boundaries. We'll be back in about half an hour to see the run chase, and we'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody. The umpires, batters and fielders have all entered the bowl. Amy Jones and Tammy Bowmont will start this run chase for the Blaze. Reminder that Hampshire were 189 for 7 at the end of their 50. They did lose a little bit of momentum after that power play. They got 41 off the power play and looked pretty good. Played some handsome shots that went to the boundary, in particular on the drive through the offside. But some really good captaincy, some really good field setting and lots of control from the Blaze bowlers. Really stifled and choked the compilation of a big innings for Hampshire. The surface is pretty good. The ball swung a little bit. It seamed around ever so slightly and it's taken a little bit of turn from the spinners. But it's Freya Davies who's going to start proceedings in this second innings. She's going to bowl from the Radcliffe Road end, the end where we are watching on from. As she's in, right arm over the wicket and on the money straight away, as Amy Jones stands tall and plays with a nice straight blade and keeps that one out. Let's have a look at the field then. So on the leg side, just the 3 fielders, a straight mid on, a stump high mid wicket and then a deep backward square leg to that very straight cut off dimensions of that corner of the ground where at the PKF Smith Cooper stand side. As Davies is in, right arm over the wicket again. Been a gentle shape away, but too much, and it's going to be signalled a wide by umpire Gabby Brown. Pretty regulation on the offside. One slip, a backward point, a regulation cover, and then a straight extra cover, and the mid off. And the one fielder out on that side is down in the 3rd region. So Davies in once again. Gets a radar right this time and a bit loose outside off stump, off the outside edge of the bat. But it is vacant through that gully area and he'll go down to 3rd for a single. So Amy Jones is off the mark. 2 without lost the Blaze. 2 balls gone. Also obviously had that wide. Bowmont just doing a bit of limbering up, twisting those hips, stretching the hamstrings out, doing a few bat taps away to the side. She now takes a guard with that infamous high back lift as Davies is in once again and induces a gorgeous drive with that full length delivery. Snap of the blade through the ball and Bowmont is off the mark. First ball with a beautiful cover drive. Got to be immaculate with your control of length, especially in the power play, because if it beats the inner circle, it is 4 here on a lightning outfield. We've had some glorious weather across the country. Lots of value for your runs if you beat the inner circle. Davies once again. She's fallen on the pads of Bowmont this time. She'll turn it into the leg side. It'll just be a single as it gets cut off in the deep by deep square leg. Davies once again. Got Jones on strike. Play and miss from Jones. Quite full. Probably tried to overhit that slightly. It was there though. Was enticed into the drive. So a bit of shape from Davies, just lacking a bit of control perhaps. She's back to a mark. Looking for that early breakthrough for the Hampshire women. She's in now and gets that one to tail in and she jams that one out, does Amy Jones. So that's the end of the first over. Blaze 7 without loss. some glorious smells and flavours and smokiness coming from the concourse here at Trent Bridge. We had Joe from the commercial team on earlier talking to us about the food festival here at Trent Bridge today. So if you are around, I do advise coming down. There's some outstanding food stalls. Lauren Bell is going to bowl from the Stuart Broad end. So we've got 2 England opening batters facing 2 England opening bowlers. Just shows the standard of domestic cricket in England now. Lots of talent on show. Bell is on her way. Slightly angled run up. Not seen that before as she is in and she squares Bowmont up and she'll run it down to third man. It'll just be a single. Bell wearing the long sleeves. I think she's got the sweater on as well. You don't often see that either. Bowlers bowling in a sweater. But it is a little bit parky out there. The sun has disappeared. The clouds have come over. So Bell once again 63 on her back. In right arm over the wicket. Bangs this one in and Jones stands tall and just pushes it up to mid-on for no run. And just as I say, it's cold and the sun's disappeared. Typically, the sun just pokes through the cloud ever so slightly, brightening up. Jones tapping about 47 on her back as Bell is in and whipped away into the leg side this time. It'll be cut off by deep backward square. Sorry, I beg your pardon. It'll be cut off by fine leg who runs round to the deep backward square leg position. It'll just be the single. Jones moves on to 2. Bowmont back on strike. She's 6 from 3. She's opened her account with a glorious cover drive. So both of these will be hoping to get a score today. They've not quite got going in this campaign. 2 slips to Lauren Bell as she's in and she's a bit straight on the pads again of Tammy Bowmont, and she'll tickle one into the leg side. So another single to the score for the Blaze. Two slips, no gully for the bowling of Lauren Bell as she's on the money this time, full and straight, and it's pushed up the ground and actually stopped by the thigh of Tammy Bowmont. So Amy Jones just settling in now, looking a bit more balanced, hitting the blade a bit sweeter, a couple of inside half, outside half strokes. She twizzles the bat and takes a stance once again. Bell bounds in and on the money again as Jones takes one hand off the bat there. So 3 from the over from Bell's first over. Blaze 10 without loss after 2. Jones on 2, Bowmont on 1. We've had an additional extra for that wide. That makes 10. So solid start. Not a great deal of movement in the air from the bowlers. Bell looks to be a bit more up and down. Davies just getting the odd one to shape away. So after a little conflab from Georgia Adams and bowler Davies, Adams will go back to her position at first slip. Davies in just back of a length, and Bowmont tries to cut that one away but doesn't quite time it and hits into the ground, and it bounces to the wicket keeper Rihanna Southby. There'll be no run. Just a bit of gentle away movement. Davies in once again, gets this one to tail in actually, just meant to back a little bit more this one and pushed it into the right-handed Bowmont. So not a one-trick pony, Freya Davies. She comes with a lot of England experience, albeit her opportunities in the last couple of years have been pretty sparse. She's been around a lot of England squads. Bowmont with a loud tap of the bat, hear it all the way up here in the commentary box. So we've got a bit of air travel across Trent Bridge, and flayed at that one does Bowmont. Plays and misses, and it carries through to the keeper at quite a height. So just as we saw in the first innings, that new ball, that hard white ball, just seems to skid through and bounce through a little bit more than the softer ball in the middle overs. David off stump with that one. Just that one didn't carry, it just skidded through a little bit. It's taken quite low around the ankles of Rihanna Southby. Bowmont banging that bat again into the turf. Tall back lift. She crouches in a stance as Davies in. This is a full toss. It's going to be squeezed away behind backward point. They'll turn and think about a second and then decide against it. So another run to the total for the Blaze. Bowmont on to 8. Jones assumes her position as the striker, just fiddling with her gloves. Davies in and stroked up the ground, hit high up on the bat. Good length from Davies, but well negotiated by Jones, and that's the end of the third. Blaze 11 without loss. If you are joining us earlier on, Hampshire made 189 for 7. Ella McCacken top scoring with 57. The next highest score was 25 from Freya Davies, batting down at 8. Lots of teens, but the Hampshire innings didn't really get going after a promising power play. 41 for 1 off the power play. Didn't really get going. Lauren Bell to continue from a Stuart Broadend, who is on the money straight away. Looks to have a bit more rhythm and vigour in her legs as she runs it in this over. Still wearing the sweater and the long sleeves. It's a bit chilly. Breeze blowing into this commentary box, so I'm sure it's even colder downstairs on the turf. Wicket keeper and 2 slips crouched for Lauren Bell as she squares up Bowmont, but she dabs this one through that vacant gully come backward point area, so guides the ball down for another single. It's Nancy Harmon fielding down at 3rd. We're going to have a few guests again in the second innings. We're going to have Marie Kelly joining us later on, and Lucy Hyam will join us very shortly. Bell in, a little bit on the full side and nicely stroked up the ground from Amy Jones, but there's no run. Bell bangs this one in, pulled away by Jones. It'll bounce in front of Long Leg, who'll gather the ball cleanly and throw it in. Slightly aerial from Jones, but a bit of a free hit. But you'd do well, you'd hit it well to get it all the way down there on the full, so no real alarms for Amy Jones. Bit of a change from Bell banging the ball in, back of a length. Bell in again and back on the money there, slightly squaring Bowmont up as she plays that one into the leg side. Ooh, inside edge, French cut down to Long Leg there off the bat of Bowmont. Well bowled from Lauren Bell. Bottom hand slightly taken over there as Bowmont tries to just slightly overhit that ball. That's the end of the fourth, so Blaze 14 without loss. Solid start from the Blaze. A couple of questions asked from the Hampshire bowlers, the odd player miss, the odd false shot, but nothing aerial, nothing going anywhere near a hand yet. George Adams just having another conversation with Freya Davies. There's no change in the field. Not quite sure what that conversation could be about. Interesting that there's no gully fielder given there's been some shape away from the right-hander. Davies is in quite full there. It has to be squeezed out by Bowmont. There's no run as mid-off fields. Lauren Bell doing the duties at mid-off. Davies in again. Very elegant forward defensive from Bowmont there, looking solid. Let's have a look at some scores around the ground, shall we? They've got back on at Chester Street. That game has been reduced to 38 overs per side. Durham are currently 138 for 5 with 13 overs remaining. Holly Armitage currently 79 not out. She's scored those in as many balls. As Bowmont plays another nice drive for no run, fielded by extra cover, just hovering on the circle there. So Durham 138 for 5 in a reduced game there of 38 overs. Essex Women have started their chase. They're 12 without loss in reply to Lancashire's 230 for 8. As Davies is in, right arm over the wicket, and this one's jammed out again by Bowmont. They're going to take a quick single to Lauren Bell at mid-off. Smart batting from these two experienced campaigners, just eking out runs, not letting the bowlers settle. In that Lancashire innings, Eve Jones was in the runs again, 57, top scored, lots of contributions down the order, teens and 20s and 30s. So 230 is the target for Essex. As Davies is in once again, a bit straight on the pads, but Jones can't get it away. And there is one more fixture, which is Surrey are playing Warwickshire. They're at the interval there. Surrey have scored 313 for 7. Sophia Dunkley has scored 102, not out in that game. Bryony Smith also in the runs with a 78 at the top of the order. Driven hard, aerially in down the ground, and it hits Freya Davies in a follow through. She's crouched down now. It won't have been pleasant. It's pretty hard to field those off your own bowling. It will go down as a chance. Perhaps I'm a little bit harsh there. So at the interval, Surrey are 313 for 7. Back here at the end of that over, 15 without loss are the Blaze. Freya Davies is just giving herself a mo.
Just a bit distracted by old Freya Davies there. Hope she's all right, bless her. Seen her been hitting a follow through before, actually.
Really?
A game in Loughborough. I can't remember who hit it back and it hit her in the middle of the shin.
Oh.
And it was one of those where you think that could have really easily broken. It was one of the worst things I've ever seen. So hopefully she's okay. Looked like end of the fingertip, didn't it?
Yeah. She's very bendy, isn't she? So when she follows through,
she properly whips down, doesn't she?
She won't be looking at what's happening in front of her, really, will she? So it'll be really hard to react.
Yeah, I haven't seen the replay. I'm not sure if it's one of those actually where you try and put your hands in the way to protect the rest of your body. But I mean, she did well to kind of avoid getting hurt anymore.
So we're sensibly having just a little interlude at the moment while we make sure the well-being of the player is taken care of. Just looking back at that replay there, it has hit her hands. It's just hit her hard. I think if it's gone through the hands, it might hit maybe a leg or knee or thigh or something. But it's probably just a stinger on the hand, isn't it?
Yeah, it looked like the little finger, didn't it? Almost on the side of the hand. Can be a pretty painful one there, but I think she's gonna pop off here. I think.
Take some tablets, have a bit of ice, perhaps.
Be a bit of a blow actually. She's bowled pretty nicely so far. She's running off with the physio now.
So we don't want to see that, do we? We want to see the best players playing domestic cricket. So we hope she returns pretty quickly, if she's well enough to do so, of course. So we're going to have a sub on. Lauren Bell is going to continue from the Stuart Broad end. What do you make of this? Long sleeve and a sweater, bowling fast.
About the same as a spinner bowling in a cap for me.
Actually, she's taken a sweater off. I take that back.
Positive.
She's in now and strays on the pads, the thigh pad of Tammy Bowman, tickles that round the corner. She opened up and she had I could see the sleeveless on.
Jobby. Yeah. It's a good effort that bowling in a long sleeve as a seamer.
Yeah.
I can imagine it would restrict some of your movement, but it is cold down there.
It is cold.
I sat on the balcony for a bit and then went and sat down pitch side, and as soon as that sun goes in, it's really like a different climate.
Yeah. Which might aid Blaze actually, because there has been a bit of gentle movement through the air, but the cooler it is, the less it tends to move, doesn't it? Lauren Bell with that slightly angled run up. And Jones has to dig that one out. Notice as well, Bell's running slightly angled run up. Looks like she's trying to, her stop ball is now to take it away. She used to be very chest on, didn't she, and bring everything in.
Yeah, natural movement was in. She worked really hard with the England fast bowling coach, I think, to try and change her natural shape. Because I think a lot of the England seamers bring the ball back in. I think her point of difference with the height was if they can get the ball, they can get Belly to move the ball away. She'll be a real threat. I think she'll always have the inducker as well, but
she's in now with that tall action, and Jones stands tall and hits into the offside for no run. Yeah, and I know he's a very difficult Ashes tour to watch as a follower of the women's game and as an England fan, but Lauren Bell was markedly the most improved player in that, from the bowling ranks, even on the end of a 16-0 drumming.
Yeah, she's really put her hand up, hasn't she, and become the senior bowler, really senior seamer. Obviously, having lost Catherine Brunt, Anya Shrubsole, she's had to step up, and I think to her resilience for someone to come in and say, look, we want you to do this.
She's in now, and that one's whipped away by Amy Jones, emphatically, just strayed onto the pads a little bit too much, and Jones, the aggressor, whips it over mid-wicket for 4, so she gets her first boundary of the innings. 20 without loss are the Blaze. dismissive, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think you want to be bowling too close to Amy Jones's legs, to be honest. It's definitely one of her strengths. Try and hit off stump here for Lauren Bell. Go back to a natural length.
I think that's been born out of, it's not hooping, so you've got to kind of be a bit more off stump than the middle and leg. And she goes right down the leg side this time, and Southby does some good work to get down there and stop it, but it's a wide nevertheless.
Yeah. Bit both sides from Lauren Bell here at the minute, but she's good enough to figure it out pretty quickly, I'm sure. Just taking a minute at the top of the mark to get the ball back from Boucher.
It's the best time to bat, though, in the power play, I think, isn't it? The hard ball doesn't swing too much. Fielders in the circle. It was the easiest for Hampshire, wasn't it, when they batted? Ooh, and this one's an inside edge that's going to squirt down to long leg for another single.
Yeah, I think so. I think they've got some pretty miserly spinners as well. So obviously they've got two world-class opening bowlers in Bell and Davies. So if we can navigate this power play and come out pretty unscathed with a decent run rate, because as our two spinners showed, Josie Groves and Sarah Glenn, it was tough to get away if we built dot balls and put the pressure on. So this is going to be a pretty important phase of the game, I think, for the next 4 and a bit overs.
Bell on her way once again and tucks up Bowmont, who negotiates the last ball. So Blaze Blaze 22 without loss after 6 overs.
Let's see Freya Davies coming back on here. Might just had a bit of tape put on that finger.
Yeah.
Don't think it was a bowling hand, was it? I think it was a left hand.
Yes. That
Yeah.
was.
Good see.
Duties as a bowler.
So she had a big couple of weeks. Freya Davies, so she got married last week, I think.
Oh, did she?
She did. Saw some beautiful photos.
Married in the
Her and a
cricket
couple
season.
of cricket girls. I know. Good timing though to get that done. I think I'm right in saying it was either last week or the week before. So big congratulations to her. She'll be hoping no one hits the ball back at her for the next couple of overs, won't she?
Well, you know, as a spinner, nothing worse, is there?
Absolutely not. Get the long barrier out and hope.
Davies is in now and back on the money, in fairness.
It's a lovely length, that, I reckon, on this wicket. It's been the most threatening length for me all day, that. If Amy Jones wants to try and punish that through the covers, she's going to have to hit it on the up, which I think she did earlier very nicely, but there's obviously a bit of risk involved with that. Still looks a bit uncomfortable with that hand, Freya, unfortunately.
Davies once again on the money, having to field off her own bowling. Pitch is so good though, isn't it? We've seen so many, even just the forward defensives and the push is just, the pitch is so true. Batters have played really nice with a vertical bat up the ground today.
Yeah, I think credit to the groundsman for producing a pitch that's still got a bit of pace in it after a fair amount of cricket on it. I think it's what you want to see as well. You get a big crowd in on days like this with the food festival, and no one wants to see a slow game of cricket.
Jones has gone up and over here, but it's not going to clear Lauren Bell. She's picked out the tallest fielder on the pitch. She's clothed that one to mid-off. So breakthrough for Hampshire. Jones has to depart. Another low score from Amy Jones. Dismissed in similar fashion here against Lancashire in round 1. Blaze 22 for 1.
Yeah, it just wasn't quite there, was it? Almost needs to go straight back over the bowler's head, or I know hitting over extra cover is one of her strengths, but
just looked like she went inside out a little bit.
Yeah,
It wasn't
a little
there.
bit
It
too
wasn't
much.
there to drive. If she'd have checked that, she'd have bunted it to mid on for 1. If she'd she got the angle right, but she just tried to muscle it and lost her shape and gone a bit inside out, hasn't she? And another day that'd go 2 foot over Lauren Bell, and she just gets her going. But it's one of the risks of playing in the air.
Yeah, she'd be frustrated with that because she'd back herself to hit that straight back down the ground. Unfortunately, she just didn't quite get it.
So, Catherine Bryce has had a pretty fruitful start to the season, albeit didn't register any runs at Edgbaston on Wednesday. She takes strike, tapping the bat. And that one's jammed out by Bryce. Looks like she's tailing it in now,
Yeah, it does,
Davey.
yeah.
She's shaped a couple away early doors, and now it looks like she's gone to the in-swinger.
She's got really good skills, Freya Davies. Subtle bits of movement, but just enough. It doesn't need to swing massively.
Yeah.
It just needs to do enough to keep the batsman on their toes.
Until the last year or so, I don't feel like I've seen much of her, because she's always been in England squad, but not playing.
Yeah.
You know, and not played much domestic cricket. So it's good to see her out here playing now, as this one does shape away slightly. Bryce gets in line with it. There's no run. 22 for 1. Amy Jones has just departed us for 8. Bowmont is 12 not out. Bryce has just joined Bowmont at the crease.
Definitely looks like it's doing slightly more with a new ball from this end than it is from the is it Ham Road, Fox Road end? Ham Road.
The
I
Stuart
really should know
Broad
the
end.
name. Thank you, Stuart Broad end. If I name all the car parks on that side of the ground, I'll get somewhere near it, won't I?
Flicked into the leg side by Bryce. He opens her account. They're going to come back for 2. Maya Boucher doing the fielding on the leg side there, I think. Looks like Bouche.
Yeah, it is.
You all look the same with caps on and ponytails. It's really hard sometimes. Even the numbers are so rogue these days.
I know, that's it. You can't even really. It's tough to see, isn't it? Colour of ponytail will get you so far, but unfortunately not all the way.
So, Lauren Bell's going to continue. We're into the 8th. 1 in road for Hampshire. They'd win the head-to-head power play if they take another one with them here, I'd say. Bell's in, and Bowmont plays with a beautifully straight vertical bat there and a high elbow. Man, low scoring game like this, power play wickets are huge, aren't they?
Yeah, I think especially with how the first innings went. I think if Blades get out of this pretty unscathed, it sets them up quite a long batting lineup. So it allows just to rotate the strike a bit and force Hampshire to do something a bit different with their bowlers and their fields.
Bell once again beats the bat this time, just slightly back of a length, and Bowmont, being a slightly shorter lady, tries to kind of create a cut out of that, but doesn't time it and just plays and misses.
Yeah, she'll be frustrated she's missed that, Tammy. She picks up length incredibly well. I think, in my opinion, the best female to pick up length. Bit like John, kind of that top of all. You got to be bang on your length, Tammy.
Well, this one is, the length is banged in. It's signalled a wide by Hassan Adnan.
To be fair to Tammy there, I think even if Belly was bowling herself, and she's a good, no offence Tammy, foot taller than Tammy, it still would have been wide.
Yeah. I think if Tammy stood on Lauren Bell's shoulders, it'd still been wide.
Done, yeah.
It was a very, very short ball.
Don't mind seeing it though. Although an interesting ball to bowl with no square leg out.
Bell's in now and gets this one to shape away quite a bit, but it wasn't on the stump, so Bowmont's able to just shoulder arms there and let that go. Yeah, I think the thing with Bowmont, because she's a short lady, it only has to be a foot short and she can turn it into a cut and a pull, can't she? Yeah. Best example of that is someone like Tendulkar. You know, he could pull one and then drive the next ball, couldn't he?
And I think that's what makes Tammy so hard to bowl against, because when she's in Tammy Bowmont form, I'll just let this delivery go.
Oh, now
Not another one.
Lauren Bell's now been hit in her follow through. I think this ball bounced as Bowmont kind of jammed the drive out, but it's hit Lauren Bell in the torso. So the Blaze just slowly but surely trying to chip away at the fast bowlers by belting the ball at them in their follow through.
They seem to all be having a bit of a laugh. I think it hit her on the side of the wrist, to be fair. Maybe, I don't think it even hit her hand from where I could see Georgia Adams giving some gentle support there, kind of holding her wrist. But yeah, sorry, when Tammy, I think, is at her best, she, on this kind of pitch, when your seamers can bowl a good length and she can hit a good length square, she forces them to go fuller, she steps and bangs them down the ground, and that for me is why. And then she comes in, but you can't really bowl spin her. Like, it's a nightmare to bowl spin at her.
Yeah.
She can sweep from any line, she can reverse sweep, she can hit both pockets straight of the wicket.
I was here for the test match here where she got a double 100. It's the best, one of the best innings I've seen, male or female, in an England shirt. It was incredible.
That was a true privilege to watch, actually.
Just watched the replay there as you were talking. You kind of put her hand out, it's hit a wrist and then gone into kind of a thigh. So in the wars, the Hampshire opening bowlers, as Bell is in again, and this one's turning to leg side, but it's well fielded. There'll be no run. She's took that from almost outside off stump, Tammy. It's really important they negotiate this power play and get out of it with no more departures.
Yeah, and I think obviously Hampshire got a fantastic bowling attack, but without Lindsay Smith, who would come on, if not now, as soon as they come out the power play, that is a big loss.
Back of a length this time, Bell just keeping Bowmont on her toes. So that's the end of the 8th. Blaze 25 for 1. Yeah, Lindsay Smith she's a big loss, isn't she? As is Kirsty Gordon at the moment, and we wish them both speedy recoveries because we want to see the best players playing domestic cricket, don't we? And we want to see, a variety of bowlers with lots of different skills, and left arm spin is really important for the game, isn't it? It's really disappointing to see Lindsay look like a calf was taped up this morning, and she didn't take part in the warm-ups. I don't think it was ever on the cards that she was playing today, so disappointing to see Lindsay on the sidelines.
Yeah, fingers crossed she won't be out for too long.
Freya Davies to continue. She's hit Bryce on the pads, but it looked very leg side to me, and there wasn't really an appeal, just an ooh and an ah.
Yeah, it would have been an ambitious one. I mean, I do like an appeal. If you don't ask, you don't get, but that would have been ambitious from Reece Southby behind the stumps. Still got first slip in, which I think is a nice positive move. I think they know the importance of trying to snag one of these two. Have the capabilities to bat for a long time together.
Davies down the leg side. It's going to be a leg by off the thigh pad of Catherine Bryce. Be picked up by deep square leg. Yeah, I'm surprised because there has been shape away. I'm surprised there's not a gully as well, because the ball has gone through backward point and gully area at both ends. I'm surprised by that, but I don't know. I'm not quite sure. You tell me what you think, where you take the field from.
I think to Catherine Bryce in particular, see a lot of people now having a gully because she plays with a slightly more horizontal bat.
Down the leg side again by Davies. This one will be a wide.
She's done well there, Reece Southby. It took a horrible bounce before, almost that like long barrier, and now because the keepers just kind of wear shin pads, that does not appeal to me, which is a fantastic keeper behind the stumps. But to Catherine Bryce, I do find it sometimes surprising when teams don't have a gully. You can almost take one out of mid wicket, move your mid on a lot squarer, and go, you know what, if you want to drive me down the ground with a length I'm bowling, I've probably overpitched.
Beaumont whips this into the leg side, well fielded and cut off by mid wicket. Maya Boucher doing the fielding duties there. Yeah, because deep square leg is, because the dimensions of the ground's there in front of the PKF Smith Cooper stand. It's kind of a deep backward square leg, but it's almost kind of a long leg as well, isn't it? So if you're keeping that one fine, do you lose square leg and keep mid wicket stump high and put the gully in, or do you take one of the people on the drive out and leave a gap? Beaumont pushed back in a crease this time as this ball's back of a length from Freya Davies.
Yeah, that fine leg region has almost been the only area of the ground where the ball's not run quickly. Everywhere else it's run pretty quickly, but there's been quite a few chased down out there, which I assume is why I can't tell who's out there. I think it might be Nancy Harmon.
It is, yeah, 25
It's
on
almost
the
covering. She's almost trying to cover two positions out there, isn't she? Really.
Yeah.
That quite a cute angle of the ground, kind of it's almost a diagonal, isn't it?
back. Yeah. Davies in again, and another one jammed out by Bowmont. Hits it hard, but good control from Davies, not letting Bowmont hit the full follow through the bowl. No slip now. Who's come out?
I'm not sure actually.
There, well, that's full, and there's a free beat for Bowmont, who pulls the full toss away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs and just wakes the crowd up, I think.
Yeah, they enjoyed that one, didn't they, out there?
Yeah, George Adams was at slip, and then all of a sudden it had gone, but it didn't feel like we had an extra fielder anywhere.
Well,
so
I think she popped into square leg in the ring. I'm not sure
Did
she was
she?
there for the
Right.
whole over.
It flummoxed me, that one.
Freya Davies coming back off now, so I think that's going to be the end of her spell.
Yeah, she's not happy. I mean, she's bowled well, but there's just that
bowled
one
well.
bad ball there. But she's clearly not comfortable with a hand and ball in hand after that last delivery. So 31 for 1 after 9. Bryce scratching away and taking guard. Lauren Bell will continue. Hard length, that one, wasn't it?
I'm still surprised there's no slip or gully in here. I know there's not been a great deal of movement, but with the form Catherine Bryce is in, you've got to put the pressure on her early here, surely. I think I guess keep her standing back, but she's trying to shape it away. There have been a couple that have gone.
Well, interestingly, you tell me if you see anything differently, but it looks like Lauren Bell's running in straight now. Before she had an angled run up like an away swinger. Looks like she's running in straight now. So I know she's worked on a game. I know she's become more, multi-dimensional as a bowler rather than just pushing in big in hoopers. But it almost looks like she's changed her angle of her run up and is looking to push the ball in now. Albeit there's not a great deal of movement.
Yeah, unless she said, look, as it's not moving as much as I need to be too much of a threat going away. So I'll go back to my natural shape and potentially bowl some wobble seam, which I think she's got in the locker. It was pretty effective. Cross seamers on this kind of wicket, I guess you can get a couple to skid like we saw earlier.
She's in now,
that
short
is
and wide,
Catherine.
and it's been cloth to backward point. Throws her head back in frustration. It was a rank wide long hop really from Bell.
I can't see that being Lauren Bell's plan, if I'm honest. I think a wicket's a wicket. I think Catherine Bryce would be really disappointed with that. I think she was almost shocked at where it was.
It looked too paced off the pitch, that one. Almost it was a proper drag down and it didn't come quite through quick enough, and then she slapped it at catching height, hasn't she?
She almost went and tried to stop, didn't she? And
Yeah.
then pretty much catching practice straight to backward point, unfortunately.
But those deliveries up and down the country over a Saturday and Sunday, whatever level you play, will get wickets. We've
always
all
the way,
played
isn't
with
it?
someone who's got hundreds of wickets bowling like that. So
Keep out the good ones and you fall to that and you think, goodness gracious. But she isn't now replaced by her sister Sarah Bryce.
So, bit of an advantage for Hampshire as we get to the end of this power play. Blaze were 41 for 1 after 10. I suppose you could say Hampshire have got runs on the board, albeit they're probably 70 short in my opinion. You don't win the toss and expect to get 189. But equally, Blaze know what they need to chase. So the game is in the balance for sure. Sarah Bryce takes guard, replacing her sister. Taps her bat as Bell's on her way now. And she gets to play a miss straight away here. Slightly back of her length. Bit of a waft from Sarah Bryce.
This is where I become less good at watching. I get a bit nervous.
Oh, is that the sun trying to pop out then?
It's giving it a good go, isn't it? Again, Lauren Bell back to her natural line of length.
Bell in, bangs this one down the leg side. Strangled Bryce a little bit. I thought for a second she might just tickle that one, but manages to evade everything. It wasn't marked, it wasn't signalled a wide, was it? So it has flicked the thigh pad. So it won't be an extra in the wide column. Bell 1 for 14 here from a 4.5 overs. On for a wicket maiden if this ball is a dot or a wicket. Sorry, Lucy, as she's in, and another drive, another slash outside off stump. There's no contact with the ball. Go through to the keeper. That concludes the 10th. Blaze 31 for 2.
Looks like there's going to be a change of bowling. It's going to be the captain herself, Georgia.
And choke the Blaze up a bit like what Sarah Glenn did, or will they chop and change a bit more? What other options have they got? Especially with Freya Davies off the field at the moment as well.
I think it very much depends on the way in which Tammy goes about playing Georgia. I think if Tammy looks to be positive, Georgia will be more prone to changing. They've obviously got Charlie Knott as well. And Nancy Harmon, who bowls some leg spin. So I think it will be dependent on how Georgia slides into her spell. Known for not getting a massive amount of spin, slightly lower arm, attack the stumps. And she's interestingly bowling to that slightly shorter leg side boundary. Just moving square leg further behind to try and protect. No 45 in for Tammy. Be interesting to see how proactive Tammy is early here. Likes to be proactive against spin, but she just settled down for a bit.
Adams is in now, on the money straight away as Bowmont pushes that one to that straight mid-wicket fielder. So 5 on the offside, 4 on the leg. As Lucy mentioned there, deep backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket. Lauren Bell fields at mid-off. Using her feet well there, getting deep in the crease is going to be key, I think, for Bowmont to try and access that ball. She shapes to sweep and then just checks herself, runs it down to short third.
Yeah, good option there from Tammy. There's no 45 in, so if she just gets a little bit about on that, Sarah Bryce exceptionally quick between the wickets, so probably scamper 2. And again, it would make Georgia think about, she's currently got a short third in and a point, so it's going to make her think about what field she has.
Down the wicket through that cover area. It will be cut off because there's a boundary rider there. Of course, we can have 4 out now through the first power play. But good use of the feet. Getting to the pitch of the ball there.
Just going down to have a bit of a chat to Sarah Bryce now, is Tammy.
She's not a big turner of the ball either, is she, Georgia?
No, she just slides it on, really.
Bit of drift at times, but nothing, no prodigious turners. Floats this one up, and Sarah Bryce will open her account in this innings, just nudging it into the offside. There's a big gap between extra cover and backward point, which I suppose is a bit of a tease in one respect. Bit fuller this time from Adams. It'll be jammed out. There'll be no run though. So Blazer 33 for 2 after 11. Adams has just completed her first over. Are we going to see a double change? No, we're not. Looks like Lauren Bell's taking her sweater off to bowl over from the Shanty.
It's quite a long run as well, actually. Especially because no one leaves the helmet on the pitch anymore, really.
No. It's Village anyway, leaving it on, isn't it?
Village. I couldn't agree more, to be quite honest.
So, Lauren Bell, can she take another one with her? I think they're rolling the dice here as she goes into her 6th. Right arm over the wicket and play and miss from Sarah Bryce.
Yeah, a bit of a roll of the dice here. Oh, Georgia Adams seen enough. She's coming into first slip. I think if Belly holds that line, I think you've got to have a slip in. I think they've rolled the dice here with Lauren Bell, knowing that this is one more, and they are potentially in the driver's seat.
Sarah didn't move her feet well against her in the previous over, did she? So
No.
maybe that's what they're thinking. Best bowler against a very well respected batter, but if you're going to get Sarah, you're going to get her early, aren't you? And she's going to pull this one away. She's not got hold of it, and square leg comes round and takes the catch. I did say if you get her early, that's the time to get her. She throws her head back just like her sister did. She'll feel she's gifted another wicket there. Both Bryce sisters departing, playing cross-bat shots. Sarah, this one on the leg side. Just half a shot, wasn't it? It wasn't a full-blooded cut. It wasn't a full-blooded pull shot. Didn't really fully commit to the shot. Looked a bit rushed by that back of a length from Lauren Bell.
Yeah, normally one of her strengths pulling that kind of length. Never really looked that settled, did she? Which is very unusual for Sarah Bryce. Normally gets into her work pretty quickly and looks like after she's faced 10 balls, she's been out there for 3 days. But unfortunately, not the case today.
Well, I played cricket against Sarah when
Did
I worked in Scotland. I played club cricket against her, and she was the one woman playing. And sometimes lads can be lads. And she came out, and we missed our length, and she punished us. And I'm like, lads, this lady can play.
Yeah, you got
We need to concentrate on our skills and not focus on anything other than that. And when I came to work in the women's game, and we were doing our kind of plans and around matchups, things like that, we always felt you want to see Sarah drive early on because she's very strong square of the wicket. I know she's a proficient driver as well, but you want to see her on the front foot. You don't want to be feeding shots square of the wicket. But today it's been her downfall. So Bell in to the new batter, Georgia Elwis, who plays a beautifully balanced drive for no run up to mid on.
Yeah, very calm. Head at the middle, Georgia Elwis. She's been an exceptional... put my teeth in. An exceptional addition to our squad. Very calm, very level-headed. A lot of experience.
Of course, a former Vipers player that has obviously transitioned to being the Hampshire side now. She had a very, very fruitful career with the Vipers. Pushed back in the crease by Bell here, who's really found some rhythm, hasn't she?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she goes again. Actually, Lauren Bell. I know it's a long spell for 7 overs, bowling at her pace, but I think while she's found a line in length, looks a little bit in it, doesn't there?
Absolutely. And the prize wicket of Elwis, like I said, they were serial winners as the Vipers, weren't they? And Elwis was at the fulcrum of everything, really. Runs scored. I know we didn't see her bowl today, but she's a useful seamer as well when she's fully fit. Cut away this time.
Shot that by Georgia Elwis.
Just missed the length there, and Elwis just climbs into that. She'll be frustrated with that one because she's been immaculate, hasn't she, Bell? And with such a small chase to defend, you can't give the batting team any runs, especially boundaries. That's the one thing the Blaze did really well. After that power play, there were so few boundaries.
Yeah, really strangled, didn't we? Georgia Adams has come out slip with 1 ball to go of the over after a quick chat with Lauren Bell. As Georgia always faces up again. Oh, that's a great take on the half volley to Ree Southby. Belly doesn't look particularly happy with the final 2 balls of that over.
Will we see her again, though? That's the key. That's the interesting thing here. Just looking back at that scorecard, Hampshire scored 14 boundaries, and there was only two in the last 13 overs.
I think that conversation as to whether she goes again is currently happening. Captain and bowler in quite a long conversation. I'm intrigued to see the outcome of that one.
What would you do? Put your captain's hat on. What would you do?
I'd probably go again, I think you've got to be aggressive. I think she looks like taking a wicket, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
I think defending 190, what do they need? 153 to win. 3 down, 12 overs. I think if they get 1 more here. And that over, she looked threatening for me. So from a Blaze point of view, I'd love if they took her off.
Then you've got to face all this mystery spin. We've got a spinner on now in the captain, Georgia Adams. She's right arm over the wicket. And she's tickled the pads of Tammy Bowmont there. There's a Well, it's quite a serious appeal from the bowler, but only the bowler. It's a leg by into leg side. It looked leg side to me.
Yeah, I think from where the keeper moved to. I think Rhiannon Southby was heading down the leg side, so potentially a bit ambitious. She was pretty keen on it, though. She was pretty keen on that one. Yeah, I think it's about to be trial by off spin. Potentially, if Lauren Bell comes off, I wouldn't be surprised if Charlie Knott turns her arm over at the other end. Great for the game, that, 2 off spinners at either end.
Creative. Would Adams think a little bit about field positions, perhaps?
I've watched Georgia Elwis bat 3 times live this
Sorry,
year.
was that Elwis? I beg your
It was,
pardon.
yeah,
How
no,
can I get those two wrong?
We'll let you off. And within the first, I reckon, 10 balls of every inning, she's played that shot against spin.
She's gone again here. That was a full toss. That just needed to be guided. So it's milked for 1.
Looks low risk for her, though, doesn't it? Even if she just gets a single to it, again, she makes Georgia Adams move one of those fielders from behind point. If Adams then misses a line, it's a lot easier to punish the bad ball. Is at it again now.
Bowmont goes exactly the same. It's a similar ball, very low full toss, just needed to be guided. It's almost like throwdowns, isn't it, when you're teaching kids? Hit the full toss there.
It'll annoy Georgia Adams, that as well. It would annoy me. That would annoy me.
You'd land it on the facilities though, wouldn't you, Lucy?
I'd try my very hardest to. Doesn't always happen, unfortunately.
Adams is in again. This one's pushed into the offside. It's a lovely take from Rhiannon Southby doing there. Catching that one above her head.
Wasn't the most sympathetic of throws coming in there from
It wasn't,
Charlie
no.
Knott, but mopping up as usual as Rhys Southby.
Final ball of the 13th, and this one's turned around the corner. It will be cut off by that short fine leg that's been deployed now after seeing a couple of sweeps. So the Blaze are 43 for 3 after 13. It's been a pretty eventful first 13. I've got Lucy Hyam sat beside me, offering lots of insight from a Blaze perspective. Where do they go now?
I'm just trying to see who's coming on. Rebecca Tyson. We played against Vipers, as they were Vipers last year at Arundel. And I was having a laugh with some of the girls down there because Rebecca Tyson played and everyone kept calling her Mike.
Right.
And they had Ava Lee, who bowls off spin as well. They kept calling her Bruce, and I thought, I got Bruce Lee and Mike Tyson coming on here. It's a good lineup, this. Just trying to sort their field out here as to what Tyson wants to bowl with. She's leaning towards 2-leg side with a... Oh, no, change. What we got here?
Looks like they're going to have 5. Are they going to have... No. Mid-wicket's moving now. They're going to have a backward point, a square point.
Just a 2 out.
Yeah. Deep cover, deep forward square leg, left arm round the wicket, short and wide this one. It'll be milked by Georgia Elwis, who has got that very steady head, hasn't she?
Very calm, very calm.
Best accumulator in the game.
Yeah, she's really hard to set a field to, actually, because she hits the ball in some very unique areas. We've just seen the previous over, more than comfortable to get the ramps out. Will just drop it and run between point and extra cover and back herself to make the run.
Swept fine this time by Bowmont. There's going to be a bit of work on here for the Hampshire fielders. Is it going to hold up? Oh, that's a great piece of fielding. Absolutely great piece of fielding. Full stretched and flicked back there by Ella McCacken. She's done her job with the bat today, but she's just saved 2 runs, and they may be really, really vital runs come the end of this game. It's deceptively long straight here at Trent Bridge, isn't it? Tyson in once again on the money, just bringing Elwis forward. Tyson once again floated up this time, uses her feet, does Elwis, can't get it through, being very busy, very proactive.
Tidy start here from Tyson. She comes in for 2 balls left. It still looks the same, and it's the most simple message, but it's incredibly hard to do. Or I find it incredibly hard to do at times. If you hit the stumps, it looks hard. As soon as you offer any width or any length, it's much easier to throw your hands through. But if you stay on the stumps...
Down the track again and can't quite get it through. It's fielded off her own bowl, and that's the end of the 14th. 47 for 3. Yeah, well, strike rates go massively down, don't they, when you hit the stumps? Even the best players in the world, their strike rates go down. And pitches are so good now that any width, you snap your hands through it, any length, and you can push the blade through it. Oh, there's a nice graphic on the big scoreboard. Hampshire, Hampshire were 51 for 1 at this stage after 14. The Blaze are 47 for 3. Long way to go though. Georgia Adams to continue over the wicket. Down the track comes Bowmont. She digs this one out. Oh, she yorks herself. There'll be no run.
Yeah, run rate's up to 4s. Talender's just going to take a brief interlude to tie a shoelace up.
It's perception though, isn't it? Because, yeah, they're 3 down. And there's all these statistics about, you know, wickets in the power play. But if you bat deep and your mentality is, well, we're just going to get them, then you'll get them.
Yeah, I don't need to do anything silly here. I think the two of them will be conscious. They don't just want to let... Because Georgia Adams will happily bowl 10 overs in a row from one end and go at 3s.
Not for 30, yeah.
So I think the one thing we do need to be conscious of is just letting these 2 spinners bowl in tandem and the overs go pretty quickly.
Bowmont comes down the track here. She slightly tries to overhit that. She will steal a single from her inside edge onto a pad and then into... Just drops to like a cover point region, and backward point has to come and field it. So a bit of intent from Bowmont there.
This will be a good battle between Georgia Adams and Georgia Elwis. Very, very good friends off the pitch.
Yeah, they scored
Played
a lot of runs together, batting 3 and 4 and 4 and 5 for the Vipers.
Yeah, the 2 linchpins of the old Vipers batting and bowling lineup, really.
Drag down this one, it'll be driven well, it will back foot punched well in front of square. It won't get through to the boundary, but they will get 2. It's well cut off by Ella McCacken.
It's done well there to hold a shape. Was dragged down by Georgia Adams. I think probably a bit slower than Elwis thought, and I think sometimes you can just hit that hard to cover and run one, but she did really well just to hold a shape and wait there and punch it higher up the ground.
Ooh. So that, for me, is why she's a really good accumulator. That's that cover point, drop and run region, and how she turns what should be dots into singles. And before you know it, she's got 10, 15, 20 in singles. And you add the VAT, the boundaries on it, and all of a sudden, you know, she's 50 not out.
This is where Tammy's got to help her mate out at the other end. Because that for Elwis is, so, like you just mentioned, so crucial to her batting innings. I'm not sure if there was one there. But if that continues to happen, that pressure will mount on Elwis, and that is such a run-scoring option for her that they're going to have a quick chat about whether that's one or not. But what it also has done is meant that Charlie Knott has just had to come in a couple of steps.
Yeah.
Which again just changes the angles. And if Georgia Adams drops a length back, that angle through extra cover is now significantly bigger because she's still a lot closer. So just makes you think. She constantly makes you think, Georgia Elwis. Can't just settle and bowl. She's constantly doing something, whether it's running at you or ramping or probably speaking to me and distracting me, to be quite frank.
Tyson will continue, left arm orthodox. Bowmont just pushes that one to extra cover.
Not seeing much of Rebecca Tyson, but she's bowling with a nice flight at the minute. Hitting a good length.
Down the track, Bowmont she'll beat mid-wicket, but she won't beat mid-on, and there's no run once again. Yeah, she's got control so far. It's the first time I've seen her live. I don't know much about her myself. Bowling with the shades on here, left arm round the wicket. That's a full toss. Beaumont's got the elevation on it. It won't go for 4. It will get cut off. They'll just get the 2 in the end. Good use of the feet by Bowmont. Picked anywhere in the ground to put it, but there are a couple of fields out on the leg side.
Well, she's tossed the past 3 up above eye line, hasn't she? I know the last one didn't bounce, so take that one out, but it will encourage Tammy to use her feet. If she's got any kind of variation, she could very much be in the game here.
Bowmont on strike again, just turns into leg side, no run. Long on's gone out now as well, which the Blaze, they didn't, I mean, they put them out last couple of balls of the over, but they kept mid on and mid off up, didn't they? And I think just helped apply that squeeze and that pressure. Reverse sweep this time by Bowmont. They will get a single, but it is cut off as backward point comes round. I just feel like it's too easy a single up to mid on now when you've only got, you know, 189. Well, the target's 190 to defend.
I agree. I don't. Kirsty Gordon and I always have this conversation because she likes to be really, really aggressive with her mid on and mid off. But I think the only ball that's been hit down there against Rebecca Tyson has been a full toss. Yeah. Let her do it once or twice. You know, even if she does it once, let her do it again. Yeah. You've got to get wickets here.
Dug out this time by Elwis. That's the end of the 16th. Blaze 53-4-3.
So 16 overs gone. It's going to be Georgia Adams just removing a cap and sunglasses to continue again. Got finally poised, I think, at the minute. I think Hampshire will feel one more, and they're well and truly in the game. I think if Blaze can continue to rotate strike for 4 or 5 overs, they'll feel the run rate's still very manageable at 4s. They're only chasing, well, they only require 137 to win.
Down the track comes Bowmont. She almost yorks herself again there.
She looks very keen to either hit it between extra and mid-off, which there is a decent gap there actually for an off-spinner, or over the top.
Rocks back this time. She will get it between that gap that you've just mentioned, Lucy. She's not got all of it though. 2 in pursuit of it. It's Ella McCacken again.
I hope she's turned her GPS on.
They will come back for 3.
Great athlete, Ella McCacken. She covers some real yards. She's boundary a lot in the T20 stuff as well. Great fielder.
I think the best yardstick for this run chase is to, I don't think there'll be weather to end the game, but look at DLS. Yeah. I think that will be a real good yardstick of, as this one's eked out. Elwis will turn and look for a second, but there isn't one there. So currently the DLS par at the end of this over will be 70. The Blaze are 57 for 3. So they're not a million miles behind. But if we did come off now, it's a minimum of 10 overs in a game now, isn't it? So if they did come off now, we didn't get on, which we're not expecting, you know, the Blaze would lose. So I think it's a good yardstick for the run chase where the Blaze are at in relation to the DLS par score. Bowmont rocks back here and plays with a nice vertical bat and takes the single. Don't ask me how they calculate the scores or anything like that, but it is always a good measure of where you're at in a run chase, I think, because it takes into account that wicket piece, doesn't
100%,
it?
yeah. 100%. Well, it's considerably colder than it did about 10 minutes ago as well.
Elwis down the track.
So we just yorked herself a couple of times in that over, but again, 5 off that, pretty low risk.
And that's going to be what stops Adams from bowling 10 on the bounce. If she's leaking at 5 and over, and they're all in singles and 2s, she's going to have to change it up. Freya Davies hasn't returned, has she?
No.
So they're going to have to find 5 or 6 overs should it go the distance.
Yeah, and they're going to have a change from the strip broad end. And Charlie Knott is going to come and bowl her off spin.
It's a good headshot, isn't it? Somewhere in warm Australia.
Tough life, isn't it?
I wonder what the temperature is here now in West Bridgeford.
Cold. It will say something like 12 degrees, but there's no way.
It's 12.
Oh, that's a lie. There's no
it's
way
12
it's 12 degrees. But you know on the iPhone app where it says feels like.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, it feels like 3.
Yeah. Not in then to start her spell with the cap on, as mentioned by Lucy Hyam. I don't have an issue with it, actually. If I had long hair, I wouldn't be taking my cap off and doing that. I think it's smart. I think it's efficient. Let's drag this one down. It'll be pulled away by Bowmont. It'll beat short fine leg, but it will be cut off by, you name it, Ella McCacken once again. She's the Catherine Bryce
I know, she's
of
everywhere.
the plays. She's everywhere. She gets
She's
where
everywhere.
water can't.
Good saying that, actually. Very much enjoyed. Bit quicker through the air than Tyson, who's just been replaced at this end. So we'll see if she can get anything from the pitch. Will be interesting. Oh, it's almost gone between Georgia Elwis's legs. Here she goes back and tries to flick that into the leg side. They scamper a run in square leg in the ring.
Almost a nutmeg.
Almost. Not quite as iconic. Not sure it's quite as intentional either, if I'm honest. They all count. Another one ticks over, 63.
Better areas this time from not.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any spin. Did Josie Graves get any spin? It's hard to see from... It's like a skidding straight through.
Yeah, a little bit.
Let's be quick there, Georgia Elwis.
Not masses. Sarah Glenn seemed to turn the ball more into the batter, with a couple that knocked the batters over. She definitely got the ball to kind of move the width of a stump.
Yeah.
Almost like, yeah, wrong uns essentially. Easy single there. That's what they've got to squeeze, I think. That's what they've got. I think they've got to roll the dice and bring someone up and say to Elwis, hit me through there. You know.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's 4 off the over. Pretty comfortable looking for both of these players. I mean, even if you go at 3 at the next, chances are you might go at 5 the one after that. So it's just a little bit too easy for me, this. Is this Rebecca Tyson coming back on from the other end? Was it just a bit of change of ends?
Change of ends. Obviously slightly shorter boundary, but left arm spin, turning it away from that shorter boundary probably won't make much of a difference.
Yeah, 45 straight in, which she didn't bowl with earlier. Trying to protect that shorter area of the ground. Bit of a rearranging of people in different fielding positions here. 2 overs, number 7 so far, Rebecca Tyson. But to be fair to her, the only poor ball she bowled was the full toss that Tammy didn't quite get a hold of. It was probably the only one she missed a length on.
So she's in from the Radcliffe Road end. Offers a bit of width there, and it'll be square driven out by Elwis. Oh, it's gone through the keeper, the throw through, but it's backed up, so just the single.
What do you want to see as a field change here then? Mid on up? Long on up even?
Yeah, I'd have long up on up. I get why it's there, but Tammy hasn't timed much yet, so I'd try and put pressure on Tammy there. She's going to sweep this one. Doesn't get all of it, and it's well cut off by short fine leg.
Yeah, I think even if it makes her think, like if she can continue to bowl middle stump, off stump, even if it doesn't spin, Tammy's, if she can't hit it down the ground, she's either going to have to run down or try and sweep. And I haven't seen many sweeps be successful so far on this pitch, to be honest. There's obviously a strength to Tammy, but I think with being a couple that have skidded through, haven't there?
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind seeing someone sweep on this pitch if I were a bowler, to be honest.
Especially even the style of bowlers that we've seen as well, that, you know, she's not Lindsay Smith, but Tyson looks pretty organised here as a cricketer and is keeping the stumps in play. He's asking honest questions of both batters here. She's in once again, this one a little bit fuller. Just be the single. I don't think we're there in the game yet, but at some point, you know, there's plenty of runs to defend, but even deep extra cover at some point is going to have to come in and squeeze. Even if it's just for the first 3-4 balls of the over, then they go out. But at the moment, it's keeping Bowmont in particular at bay. Oh, that one's rushed Elwis. thought it had sneaked through for a second, but it's hit her on the thigh pad, and it'll be given as leg byes.
It's like a quicker ball, skidded straight through, almost hit the seam, and Elwis looking back, trying to pull, looking to go back, trying to pull even. Just hit it straight on the thigh pad. So I still think there is enough in it. I think they are going to have to be brave here, and I think there's an argument for keeping one of either of cover and long on out, to be honest. I think if you trust yourself to bowl really straight, you keep long on out and go create width and try and cut, or you bring long on up and go, I'm going to hold my length and be really consistent in my length. In order to hit boundary, you're going to have to take me off that.
Yeah, I think they're right with deep extra cover. I think it is long on that we need to see come in and just build a bit of pressure. And it can still go out in the 5th and 6th ball, can't it? To protect some overs. So Charlie Knott is going to carry on. Cap on her head, ball in hand. Slightly leg side, turned into the leg side. There's a loud yeah from Bowmont, which adds a bit of urgency to Elwis. So single from the first ball of this over.
A bit quicker through the air than the other two spinners so far, hasn't she, Charlie Knott?
This one's cut away. That boundary rider at deep cover will cut it off. Short side of the ground on that side.
It's a really tricky situation for Georgia Adams here, because defending 4, you've got to try and cut off a couple of singles here, but if you go for a boundary, it ruins your whole over.
Down the track, straight as a die from Georgia Elwis. Be a couple of bounces into the rope and then the advertising hoardings. And as Lucy Higher mentions there, the over's gone for 6 now, and there's still 3 balls to come.
That's a great shot from Georgia Elwis there. Great use of the feet. Didn't look to hit it overly hard, did she? Just kind of placed it, and immediately, consequently, long on has gone out and she's gone back to having 4 out. And like you just said, the over's gone for 6 off 3 balls. Now she can just do prime Georgia Elwis and just knock it around, and before you know it, 8 or 9 off and over.
7 with 2 to come, isn't it? It's real cat and mouse stuff.
Nearly back up with DLS now. Kind of 8 or 9 behind it about 2 overs ago.
Flatter delivery this time from Knott. It's just turned into leg side. So another. Had any food? Did you get any food yet?
I had a couple of lamb koftas, some tzatziki, and a flatbread. It was delightful, actually. Worked incredibly hard today, to be fair.
So are the players getting catering as well as, like normal, as well as the food festival stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. So is that from the catering, or is that from
That's from the catering.
Right, fair enough.
And then I think everyone's plan is to pop off and have some of the street food after the game.
Yeah.
Still available. Right, I'm going to leave you to it and leave you with Marie.
Thanks, Lucy.
Everyone can rest their ears now when me's done.
Go and have some more koftas.
Hello again.
Welcome back, Marie.
Thank you. How you doing?
I'm cold. It's really dropped in temperature, hasn't it?
It has. Not got the hot water bottle out yet, but
We think we fixed the sound as well, so if it goes Pete Tong now, it's your fault, all right? Because it wasn't me then.
Well, I've decided I'm not going to say anything positive about these 2 batting either, so I don't want to curse it, but we're happy. It's just, we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, a bit of a stop-start hasn't it? With some of the modes of dismissal and the manners of dismissal, as Tyson's in once again, just misses a length, but she's got cover on that deep extra cover boundary, so it'll just be 1.
Yeah, all 3 dismissals were quite weird, really, weren't they? Very uncharacteristic.
Yeah.
Just looked like they all wanted to go and then kind of didn't, held back, and just probably a little bit indecisive, but...
Similar delivery, just slightly dragged down. Elwis will milk it for another single.
It's potentially what can happen when you're chasing a lower total. If you're chasing 250, 260, you might swing hard at those and get yourself going. Maybe a little bit of indecision of just batting a bit of time. Not sure.
Think about single there, but then they decide against it. I think if you look over the course of the 3 games, in particular the two games they've played here, is no batter's really truly been gotten out from a Blaze point of view. Bowmont down the track and then down the ground. So Amy Jones is coming off going, have I got myself out there, or have I been got out? And I think the answer is she's cloth one to mid off, so she's got herself out. And then the Bryce sisters too have just not put 2 short balls away, have they really?
Yeah, that's what I was saying about uncharacteristic. This is very characteristic batting of Georgia Elwis and Tammy Bowmont though. Very good running between the wickets. I think if we can get the spinners out of the game for Hampshire, get the seamers back on later on, that'll be the plan. We knew there was going to be a lot of spin on show.
That one's driven, but it can't be beaten. So that's the end of another over. 21 gone. Blaze 77 for 3. I think the other thing is the wickets column creates pressure, doesn't it? If you can put that out your mind,
absolutely,
and just build a partnership here. And there's not many other batters in the women's game I'd want paired together now for this run chase.
Exactly.
So
plenty of experience between them both. Both will have been in similar situations before, so hopefully they can steer us home to victory. But as I was just saying, I think the seamers from Hampshire obviously bowled really well, but like you said, it was our batters, we got ourselves out. So we wouldn't mind seeing some spin off and then getting some seamers back on later, a bit more pace on the ball. But looks like these two are pretty comfortable against the spin at the minute.
Run rates dropped below 4 again as well after a couple of fruitful overs. So Knott will continue with her right arm off spin. She's dragged that down for a second. There was a bit of interest from mid wicket. It was probably pulled a bit too straight. But it was in the air for a moment.
Heart was in my mouth then. I thought I'd gone a little bit too close to her than I thought. But she's ever so good off the pull shot. Is Georgia Elwis bowl at her plenty in the nets, and you can't miss your length to her at all.
This one's run down. It's going to be a chase on here. Will be cut off quite comfortably as Tyson does the fielding, but they'll get back for 2.
Yeah, they've both done that so well, haven't they? Used the pace of Charlie Knott, a little bit of a quicker spinner. Well, actually, to be fair, she has the ability to take pace off it. She can be very clever with it, but seems to be bowling a little bit quicker today, which I think is quite... It seems like Tammy and G are enjoying that and using the pace and guiding it and working it around.
Bowmont's down the track this time. There'll be no run. Interestingly, I know she's only bowled 2.4 overs now, but only 4 dot balls from Knott so far. They've not let her settle at all. Sorry, 2.3 overs. I'm ahead of myself. And she's in again. This one swept fine. I don't think there was any bat on it. We'll find out from
not sure.
The umpire very shortly. Yep, leg by signalled. There was a gentle inquiry of an LBW, but I think that was pretty optimistic. Any news whilst you were milling around off air about Freya Davies? Is she okay, or do you know if there's anything
I don't know,
to
actually.
report there?
She came off, didn't she, and then came back on again, but didn't look great, did it? It's nasty, and the same happened to Lauren Bell the next over. It looked pretty nasty from both of them, but no news so far.
Not in to complete the over. This one's swept hard and it'll get past short fine leg. There's a chase on here for Ella McCacken. Oh, great effort. She dragged one back earlier on. This one, unfortunately, just beat her. Great shot by Bowmont. Great whip in that. And it's 4 more to the Blaze total. 50 partnership is up. 53 from 64 balls for the 4th wicket. 25 runs each in that contribution.
Very good partnership considering the state of the game. I think that's a pretty crucial point of the game, wasn't it, where we either regain a bit of control over the chase or a couple more wickets from Hampshire, and we're looking at a bit of a struggle and a bit of pressure on, so very well recuperated from these two.
Pressure definitely on Knott. I don't see how she bowls another over here. I don't know what Adams can do other than go back to herself. She's going to bowl 3 or 4 spells at this rate, Georgia Adams. We have another change from the Radcliffe Road end. Poppy Tulloch is think I'm saying that right, Tulloch.
Yeah, I think so.
She's going to have a bowl. Right arm seamer.
Well, I think G will have faced a bit of her, so might be able to give Tammy a bit of an insight as to what she can expect to face. But third seamer for the day for Hampshire. I think third and last one for Hampshire, so a little bit limited on the seam attack.
Tulloch bustles in then, and is pretty much on the money, just full and slightly wide outside off stump.
It's probably the right decision though from Georgia Adams to at least try and break the momentum. Sometimes you just get a feel for it, and clearly these two they just looked comfortable against the spin, didn't they? Happy to work it round and didn't seem too threatened by it. So fairly good captaincy there to at least try something different.
Tulloch's on her way once again. This one's slightly back of lane, keeps a little bit low. It's squeezed out by Elwis, but there's no run. Yeah, and also, she's a young seamer, isn't she? You don't want to wait till the 32nd, 33rd
exactly.
over to get her into the game. The game might be gone.
Yeah, try and squeeze a few overs out of her now. Bit of a no pressure situation here, just try and do something for us, see how it goes. Charlie not preventing that single there, and extra cover she got. I thought immediately that was a single off the bat, but Charlie not. She'd almost like predicted, didn't she? She saw the face of Georgia Ellis's bat and got the way around there. And that's what you need your fielders to do, try and squeeze some dots in.
Tulloch in once again, a bit fuller this time, and it'll be driven out to deep extra cover for a single. Good put my teeth back in. Good control so far in this short spell from Tulloch.
Yeah, I think it'll just be a patience game now from Tammy and G. They'll try not to get too ahead of yourself. Just try and take it ball by ball. You always want boundaries there as a batter, don't you? And
Tulloch once again, low full toss this time. It's turned into leg side. It'll go through George Adams at mid wicket. It'll just be a single though.
yeah, that's what you don't want as a bowler there. It probably shouldn't have been a single, that one. Bit of a misfield from the skipper. But I think a wicket is going to be what's needed to do that here.
Tulloch once again induces the outside edge, goes straight to ground, and he'll run down to third for a single. Yeah, well, the par score now at the end of this over is 80. I was just saying to Lucy before, it's a good guide in the run chase, I think, the DLS score.
Absolutely. It's the wickets with the DLS, isn't it, that kills it for you, but definitely the runs, just having a little look and checking up, see where you're at. I wonder why it's been such a low scoring game. So I did mention earlier, it doesn't seem to be racing away off the square, does it? But the pitch looks decent. The ball seems to be coming on okay.
Yeah, I was chatting to someone in the media box before. I will not mention her name, but she's a scout, and we're just chatting about people just wanting to bat long periods of time. You can always catch up at in the back end, and I still think 240, 250 would be a par score today.
Yeah.
But credit to the captaincy, credit to where Tammy put her boundary riders. She covered her bases well, control with the ball.
Yeah.
They bowled very, very well. They kept the stumps in play a lot, didn't they?
Yeah, we didn't give as many boundary balls, not as much width today.
Rebecca Tyson is going to come back on. She's bowled. She started at the Stuart Broad end. She changed ends and came to the Radcliffe Road end. She's now back on at the Stuart Broad end, and that's come about because of the pressure applied by the Blaze batters on Charlie Knott. So Knott dragged off after 3 overs. Tyson to start a third spell. She's only bowled 4.1 overs.
She's got an interesting field as well. She's got almost 2 extra covers and then a deep cover as well. There should be a space somewhere for Georgia Elwis to try and find.
Almost trying to invent something here, perhaps ball a bit wide of off stump and dot them up. Big area through the leg side. Oh, a quicker ball there. It's run down. It's going to be a chase on once again. Backward point coming round to do the fielding. Tulloch will turn and throw in. So 2 more to the Blaze total. 91 for 3.
See, I feel like couple of weeks ago, that was racing away for 4. It just seems to, maybe the dry, I don't know, dry normally makes it quicker, doesn't it? I don't know. Maybe it's a bit thicker than usual. Bit straighter there from Tyson. It's well bowled.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just the amount of spin as well, less pace on the ball that we've seen today, and a lot of very medium pace seamers as well to the Blaze have, don't they? So maybe that's just the difference. Hard sweep from Elwis this time. It'll be cut off by McCacken at square leg. More pace in the on the ball. And it was a glorious day, wasn't it? It was a really warm day.
Absolutely. That's Tyson. And again, I did think, how long is it going to be before we see a reverse sweep? I know Tammy's probably a bit more confident at it than Gigi. Likes to go the other way. But she's got one away. Only went for a single though, but it would at least put some more doubt in either the bowler or the skipper's mind, as well as, can we have that second extra cover? Do we need to put him in a short third instead? And if you can move that second extra cover, it becomes even easier or lower risk then. But I think that's brilliant captaincy from Georgia Adams though, to protect the bowler's best ball, and then if G and Tammy want to try and lap or reverse, that's potentially a high risk shot, and go, fine, fair enough, if you do it, you do it, but we'll at least try and make you play those tougher shots instead.
So 4 from that over. Poppy Tulloch is going to continue. The Blaze are 93 for 3. Tulloch's got through 1 over so far. Just gone for the 3 runs. Offered a bit of control in that first over. She's in now, right arm over the wicket. She's very full.
Good gap there.
Bowmont's met that with some power, but McCacken covers the ground very quickly.
It's those kind of shots, isn't it, that Lancashire game, that was going for 4 every time there. We've seen it from both sides, that's just getting 2, and the girls on the boundary covering a long way there, managing to get round and prevent that from being 4. We saw it, Josie Groves did it a hell of a lot as well, that a couple of balls that I thought immediately off the bat were going for 4, they were getting 1 or 2 off.
Tulloch in once again, just adjusting her length and keeping Bowmont honest as she stands tall and plays with a straight blade.
Run rate now 3.9's creeping up to the 4. Just started to pick it up of Elwis and Bowmont. Blaze now needing under 100. 95 left to win.
Tulloch, she's gone too full this time. This one will be turned into the leg side. A bit of a free hit really for Bowmont. 1 bounce 4. It's just created a bit of pressure back on to the young bowler in Tulloch, and there's a nice applause for Tammy Bowmont, who brings up her 50 as well. She's just batted for 94 minutes so far, occupied the crease, 73 balls and 4 fours. Just a mature professional innings from Bowmont, just negotiating a difficult opening spell, wickets falling around her. Tulloch once again, she's gone full on that leg side. It'll be pulled away again, asking a lot from that deep backward square leg to stop that.
And this is Tammy at her best, I think, when she just times the pants off it, and we love watching her bat when she properly digs in. We love watching her spend time at the crease. And you know with Tammy that whenever I used to play against her, if you didn't get her out within the first 3 or 4 overs, you were in for a pretty long day. It's good to be on the same team as her now when she does that.
Pressure on the bowler now as well, isn't it? Couple of boundaries. Bowled very well in the first over, but she's just lost the radar in this one, and she's full and outside, off stump this time. Be squeezed out. Third is going to run round, but they're going to get back for 2.
It's great running as well. I think that's something we have done well today as well, is run between the wickets. Especially when pressure was on a little bit earlier. We'd lost a couple of wickets quickly. That's the best way to relieve it. It's just get up and down the wicket, get to the other end, and then your boundaries come like that, and all of a sudden 2 boundaries in and over, and weight comes off your shoulders massively. And it should probably enforce a bowling change again soon, next couple of overs.
Well, it's the last ball of Tulloch's over, just trying to get out of it. They're going to squeeze another single. That's great batting. Just drop and run. Adams fields the ball. She's got a bit of thinking to do. Georgia Adams, as skipper.
Yeah, I think she probably has to bring herself back on, doesn't she?
Yeah, I think so. We're going to have a break first, though. It's 25 overs gone. Blaze 106 for 3. 12th and 13th are coming on with the drinks. Let's have a look what's happening in the other games.
Do you know what? I've not looked at another score all day, so this will be good to see what's been happening.
Well, I'll talk you through, and we'll go where we went last when I did the last roundup. So Surrey made 313 for 7. Warwickshire are 111 for 3 off 17, so pretty good run rate. There's a few wickets fallen though. Davina Perrin is 38 not out, very talented young player coming through the ranks. Nat Wraith is with her at the moment at the crease, she's 22 not out.
And where is this, at Beckenham?
This is at Beckenham.
Yeah. Whenever you see a score of 300, you think, is that a Beckenham? It's such a nice place to bat.
Beckenham in Kent, may I add.
Apart from how far away it is, I do love playing there, but it's just so far.
It is a good setup, isn't it?
It is, it really is. And the wickets are always good. Hard to bowl there.
Up at Chesterley Street, rain-reduced game there, 38 overs aside. Durham made 216. So Somerset, that target has been adjusted because of DLS, so that they will chase 213, will Somerset. Holly Armitage, the top scorer there with 89. She's had 3 scores now of about 80. Has she had 100 this year?
I think
she had 3 scores of 70 or 80.
70 or 80.
They are at Chelmsford.
Chelmsford. What was the first innings?
Lancs got 230. Eve Jones in the runs again with 57. She top scored for them. Essex currently 117 for 2, and they're at the halfway stage, so they're well set with wickets in hand. So that would be a turn up for the books. Essex haven't really fired
they
yet.
Probably need a bit of a win, don't they, to get themselves going. Who's not out there? Cordelia Griffiths not out.
Yeah, Cordelia Griffiths 19 not out.
Grucock in at the minute.
Jodie Grucock's joined her. She's 13 not out. So that's the story around the country at the moment in terms of women's cricket.
We saw some big scores in Tier 2 as well yesterday, didn't we? Yorkshire, well, a lot of victories by 200 to 300 plus runs as well.
Really?
Yeah, we had, so I think Amy Campbell getting 165 not out, I think. For Yorkshire, Bethan Gammon, who was with us at Blaze playing for Glamorgan, now 125 not out, I want to say, at least. Might have been 130 in the end. I remember seeing her on 120 odd. So some big scores, which is great to see for the game.
Does Bethan Gammon still work for Blaze, or she moved to another role?
No, she's moved back down to Wales now. Right. So made the decision to try and play some Tier 2, and then I think it was getting quite a lot travelling to and from to train. She used to come in for hits early before the job started and finishing up late, so it's a lot for her to try and pursue both. So it probably made sense for her from a cricket and whole life point of view, and it's really great to see it paying off for her as well, getting a big century and steering Glamorgan to the win, which is the great thing about Tier 2 cricket, is you're not losing all those girls to not playing the game now, so they're still playing a very competitive standard of cricket, scoring some big runs, taking a lot of wickets, and it's just great to see.
So back here we're going to reconvene. Beaumont's on strike. Tyson is going to continue from the Stuart Broad end, left arm round the wicket, plays 106 for 3 as they continue this chase of 190, the target.
So you can see a change of the field here from Tyson. I'll just explain after this ball in that she's taken the extra cover out as Tammy thinks about coming back for 2 but doesn't do it. So she's taken her extra cover out, and she's got a cow now as well as a deep square, so she's got a bit more of a packed leg size. She's got long on cow, deep backward square and a short fine. Another one in mid wicket as well. That was for Tammy, so I was gonna say she's obviously going to try and bowl a little bit straighter to Tammy, they obviously feel for Georgia. They want to try and target her through that extra cover region. They've got another extra in there, nice and tight.
Floated up this one. It'll be cut off by Georgia Adams at mid-off. It's just missing Lindsay Smith. It'd be a great contest if Lindsay Smith was playing, if you're a Hampshire fan, for sure.
Absolutely. She's just enticing Elwis here. Will Elwis play a reverse? That's what they're trying to say. Can you try and work us through that backward point region? Trying to make her create something, but Georgia's very patient, very methodical, so I'm sure she won't get suckered into it. But very clever from Tyson and Georgia Adams. I'm sure she'll be involved in that conversation.
Swept from Bowmont. She doesn't time it, just chops it into a pad, and Southby will field the ball, whipping her gloves off and running round. Flatter and wider this one. It's almost like flat batted, driven, and it's cut off by extra cover. That's the end of another over from Tyson. Plays 108 for 3.
Yeah, I think we'd be pretty happy at that if we were setting. Probably want a little bit more, but from the early wickets lost, then you think we've rebuilt pretty well here. So you'd maybe be wanting a little bit more than that, but be looking at 230, 240 if you were setting potentially.
So we're going to see another change. They're going to have to roll the dice here, Hampshire. We're going to see Lauren Bell return. She bowled 6 overs in her first spell. They rolled the dice a bit there. We thought they might take them off, take her off after 5 overs. Change of ends as well. She's going to bowl from the Radcliffe Road end.
Yeah, I think it was smart to keep her on though, as
Yeah.
she was obviously taking wickets, and I think when you're only defending 180 odds, you've got to go for it.
Bell on away, on the money straight away. Looks like it was a little bit to shape away. Not really, looking at the replay, just
She looks like she's changed her action this year, don't you think, Lauren Bell? She used to run in a bit straighter and then out to the left a little bit and had some big in-swing.
Yeah.
She now looks like she's almost taking a step to the left, running in at a bit more of an angle and getting that kind of genuine away swing instead.
Bell's in, a bit straight on the pads. It'll be turned into the leg side for a single as the boundary rider at deep square leg cuts it off. Yeah, I noticed when the first couple of overs she bowled with a really quite a sharp angle and looked like she was trying to bowl big away hoopers.
Yeah.
And then she changed her angle and started coming straight on and chest on again and bowling those, trying to bowl in swing, maybe just because the away swing wasn't going for her and trying to keep the stumps in play. But it was a markedly different run up. She's in now, and Bowmont will cut this away. It'll just be a single. They've got their boundary riders set pretty well.
Yeah, and almost looking now, it looks like it's back to almost traditional. So potentially she's trying to be able to do both and trying to be a bit of a point of difference and try and swing it away big early. And then once she recognises it's not swinging, potentially just going back to a bit of a straighter run-up. It's probably not something I've seen too much as a bowler changing their run-up that much in the middle of a game.
She's in now, bangs this one in. It gets up quite high, and I think that'll be one for the over.
Well, we've seen it been quite successful today, haven't we, with a short ball. One for Charlie Phillips in our innings. Sorry, in our fielding innings, and then short ball getting both Bryces.
Yeah, I think that was the best she's bowled so far in the 4 games, Charlie Phillips.
Yeah. Absolutely. First one had massive carry, didn't it? First ball of the game.
In again here, Bell. Bit straight on the pads again. It'll just be the single. So enough control from Bell.
Ball just doesn't seem to be doing too much, does it? Too threatening for either of them. That's why I said earlier it's more of a patience game from our batters. I think, like you said before, it's can we not get ourselves out now? Kind of the threat of the swing has gone away. And some nice pace on the ball now from Lauren Bell.
Bell in again, tucks Bowmont up this time. Still be no run. That's the end of the Bell over, 3 from it. She's currently 2 for 21 from 7. Pick of the bowlers so far for Hampshire. Plays 111 for 3. I don't know if you're superstitious. Stand on one leg for Nelson.
No, not superstitious anymore. Although I do think there's just some funny ways in cricket, like if you're sat down whilst batters are going well and then you stand up and suddenly someone gets out, and it's all those funny things. Or I seem to do it a lot on commentary, talk about how good someone's batting and then they get out. So I'm reluctant to say anything.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Tyson to continue then with the left arm orthodox. That one's cut straight at point, but there's a bit of a fumble and it was hit hard and they ran early, so it's a single.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's not necessarily superstition, but it just has a funny way of working mother cricket, doesn't it?
It does.
Or sod's law.
Tyson once again, rock back this time, does Bowmont. She'll pull that away to Ella McCacken, who just seems to be everywhere on this
she does,
pitch, covering every blade of grass.
Done a lot of kilometres out there, covered a lot of ground. I think Tammy wanted 4, then she looked a little bit disappointed, but her head down, has to settle for the single. She moves on to 60 off 83. Georgia Elwis 34 off 47.
Another single here being taken. That's quintessential Elwis.
Yeah, very good placement, that.
Great accumulator, isn't she? I mean, she's got 35 in no time, really, without really breaking a sweat. There you go. She gets out now. It's my fault.
Yeah, I know. You've said it now. Well, we've played against her a lot, and she always seems to do it against us. So it's great having her on our side doing it instead.
Pulled away again, slightly dragged down by Tyson. It will be cut off by you-know-who, Ella McCacken. So Hampshire have got the boundary, the base is pretty much right, haven't they?
Yep.
It's been a real loose delivery that's gone for 4.
Yeah. They've managed to... I think we had it as well, a couple that we got away with, but because you have the fielders in the right position, it's not as bad of a bad ball.
That's a gorgeous drive by Elwis, and she's going to squeeze that through. It's going to be 4 runs.
She didn't look to overhit that at all. That's flown away to the boundary. Looked like just a push out for a single initially, but she's timed that brilliantly. And it's not that much of a bad ball there from Tyson, just slightly over pitching with the field set for it as well.
Just perfect angles, wasn't it, from Elwis, just teasing that deep extra cover fielder, finding the gap in the infield and then teasing the boundary rider. She's back in here and she'll cut this one away. Will be cut off though by Charlie Knott, so there's no run on the final ball of that over. 28 gone, plays 119 for 3.
Yeah, we're pretty happy here. 71 runs required from just 132 balls. So these two ticking along nicely. But I think it's about our standards as well now. They'll both want to be the ones to see it home. Don't give Hampshire a sniff at all. Lauren Bell will continue. 7 overs from her. 1 maiden, 2 for 21 so far. Bowled very aggressively up top. Slightly different action we were just talking about. But swinging it away, which clearly been a big work on for her over the winter, so it's great to see it coming out well now.
She's on her way. Bowmont stands tall and punches her away. Another single out to deep extra cover. Yeah, that run rate's just creeped well above 4, hasn't it? And the asking rate's creeping down, 3.21 now.
Yeah, I think it would have been very interesting with Lindsay Smith in the side too, like you said. Whether they'd maybe have opened with her as well. They tend to do that a lot.
Squares Elwis up this time, but she runs it down with a bit of control down to 3rd, and it'll just be another single.
She's very canny with that shot, isn't she, Elwis? You think you're in with a sniff a little bit, you see the edge, and then you know it's all under control from her. Very smart, using the angles. So many gaps, when you look up and you look at the gaps rather than the fielders, you realise how much more space there is to try and hit the ball into.
Bell bangs this one in. Bowmont just bends her hips and gets under it.
I Didn't think she'd leave that alone. I thought she might ever go at it, but smart decision, I think, from Tammy, not trying to risk anything now.
Quite a big gap, isn't there, between that long leg fielder and the deep square leg fielder that you could take it on.
Yeah, I think so. Even just a little tick around the corner.
Bell in, full and straight this time. It will be tickled round the corner. It'll just be a single though.
Yeah, I want to have a look at this back, see if there's any movement or shape. See what line that was on.
It's just gone very cool, hasn't it? The ball's a bit older. It's not doing too much. I do think the short ball ploy is probably a good weapon to use, actually.
I agree, and I think we're seeing it a lot more in the women's game now. As girls are getting a bit quicker, pitches are nicer. It just gives a little bit of a point of difference when nothing's happening on wickets like this. Just not allowing batters to sit on the front foot to you, and just make them just think twice a little bit, get their weight shifted back a little bit. Just put it in their heads that you've got one in the locker.
Bell does bang this one in. Bowmont does take it on and with plenty of control and keeps it down. So another single cut off by long leg. So that's the end of the 29th. Blaze 124 for 3. Bowmont onto 64. Elwis 41. Partnership is worth 91 now off 106 balls, striking at almost 90 strike rate.
Yeah, 5 off that over there from Lauren Bell. Incredibly good batting here from Georgia Elwis and Tammy Bowmont. Plenty of experience between both of them. Both fantastic additions to the Blaze side. Georgia Elwis, of course, coming from Hampshire last year, the Vipers from last year, making the move across to us.
Is she a Hampshire girl, or her dad played for Sussex?
She's a Staffordshire girl.
Is she really?
Yeah, Wolverhampton. I know, I've asked her a lot why she never actually played for Warwickshire growing up. But like you say, she went down to Sussex, had the link there, and just stayed there ever since. Got the England contract whilst with them as well. But decided to come back up to the Midlands. As Georgia Adams has come on to try and break the partnership. 16 off her 4 overs so far. Skipper coming on, she's got to try and do something, try and break the mould, which she has done plenty of times in the past. Always seems to have a knack of taking wickets to Georgia Adams at the right time.
Just sneaks one through, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Although I just think as pitches have got better and the women have been fairly treated and put on better pitches on the first class grounds, it'll make it harder for Adams and her style of bowling. She'd be a handful on an out ground, wouldn't she, on a used wicket?
Yeah. And she's quite a canny bowler, especially in T20. She mixes up a pace and a length. She's got a good arm ball as well. But I think when there's no pressure, batters can excel, especially like Georgia Elwis. It's just done then, lofted over the top beautifully. So forcing Georgia Adams, she's going to have a long on out. She can't bowl to Georgia Elwis without that protection out there. Elwis helping herself to 4 runs there. Yeah, I think with Georgia Adams, if you're trying to attack her, that's when it becomes a bit more difficult. If you're happy to knock her around, it's a bit easier for the batters, but Elwis clearly choosing to attack on this occasion.
No need to risk a single there. That's the end of the 30th. Blaze 131 for 3. Pressure back on Hampshire once again.
I think we're going to see Rebecca Tyson come on again from the other end.
Poor girl, 4 spells now.
Is it Tyson or is it Tulloch? Number 61. Oh no, it's Freya Davies has come back on.
Oh, we
They all
didn't.
look the same.
We
Come
didn't.
up here.
Yeah, we didn't spot her come back
No,
on
I
then,
didn't
did
see
we?
her come on at all. I thought she was off for the day.
well, it's another roll of the dice, isn't it, really? They're not going to be able to defend this in 50 overs, so they're going back to their arsenal of seamers, which is only 2 today.
So it's good from George Adams. They're just doing what they can. Potentially, I think what we probably didn't do against Lancashire was just try enough and chop and change and just do something to break the mould. But they're clearly at least trying to do something different.
She's in now. She's very full. Going to be driven out to extra cover, deep extra cover for 1. Elwis on strike now, approaching a 50. 46 not out.
That must have been their 100 partnership. No, have we missed that? Or
No.
is it not quite yet?
They're
99.
They're on 99. And that one's
Oh.
drilled, square driven at backward point.
Lifts her head up in anger. So frustrating that when you nail it straight to a fielder. Obviously, Georgia will be really looking for that half century, getting 49 the other week.
Pushed into the offside this time. It'll be cut off again by Ella McCacken. That'll be 100 partnership for Elwis and Bowmont. Pretty even distribution of the runs as well. 47 of them to Elwis, 50 to Bowmont. There'll be 3 extras in there as well, but a really well-paced partnership. And really needed when you 33 for 3.
Absolutely. They've batted brilliantly, both of them. Just hope they see it home for the girls as well. A bit of a misfield there from Georgia Adams at extra cover. Ella McCacken out there doing the legwork to try and give chase. She can't quite get there. Good effort from her though, but unfortunately to no avail in the end. An extra 4 runs for Tammy, moving on to 71 from her 92 deliveries.
It was a well-hit shot by Tammy Bowmont, really hard, but Adams has got to do better there. Player of her experience and skills, she needs to stop that, really.
Yeah, just diving over the top of it. We've all been there.
This one's played off the back foot. Be no run.
I think on the whole, fielding has been good today from both sides. Just a few incidences like that, which just relieve the pressure. We saw it in both innings, really. But generally, bowlers and fielders have been a bit more on point today, haven't they?
Davies in and gets Bowmont on the front foot.
I thought that might have been a single there. Georgia Adams was hanging on the back of the ring on the last ball of the over. I think there was a single to be taken if she wanted it, but happy to defend it for no run as Blaze move on to 137 for 3. Now requiring just 53 runs from 114 balls. Skipper Georgia Adams going to continue. There's Georgia Elwis, 47 off 58 deliveries. Edging nearer her half century.
We've got a plot twist in a minute. We're going to balance the coverage up and get someone in from Hampshire.
It's all been a bit one-sided, has it, today?
Not really. I think you've been very balanced yourself,
Good,
Marie,
good.
and Lucy has offered some really good insight as well.
Do you know what? It's so hard not to go like, yes, come on. Or if there's a boundary or a wicket, it's so hard to stop yourself, like your initial reaction.
Adams drags this one down. It'll be pulled away hard by Elwis. It should be cut off, and it is cut off. They will come back for 2, though. So I think it's just slipping away from Hampshire at the moment. They're really in the ascendancy are the Blaze.
Like I said, I think they've tried everything. They've done all the right things in terms of swapping the bowlers around. They've bowled pretty well. I just think that the batters didn't score enough runs, and it's just not given enough for the bowlers to work with. And that's just what happens sometimes if you don't post a competitive total.
Adams in once again and bunted up the ground from Elwis. That'll be her 50. She'll raise the bat in a second against her former employees. Really important 50 that, walking out at 33 for 3, 70 minutes, 63 balls, 4 fours.
I'm so pleased for her. I think she really deserved that. Especially last few games as well. She's getting 49 the other week. Really working hard to try and help the Blaze out.
Bowmont down the ground, digs this one out, will be no run. So that concludes the 32nd. Marie's going to depart us, and we're going to be joined by Director of Cricket of the Hampshire Women, Adam Carty, in a moment. Thanks, Marie. See you soon. So 18 to go, 50 more runs required. Really, really important innings that by Elwis. I've said it a few times. She's a great accumulator. Does it without breaking sweat sometimes. Freya Davies is going to continue. Right arm over the wicket. Bit of a false shot here. Missed time pull. Does fall safe though. But there was a bit of an ooh and an ah for a second from the crowd. And I'm delighted to say Adam Carty has joined us from the Hampshire Women. Adam, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, James. Thanks for having me up.
You're very welcome. Thanks for joining us. The game's in the balance. Appreciates a sensitive time to join us, so I do appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty sensitive right now.
Single taken there from Elwis. So how's things? How's the transition been?
It's been seamless, I would say, such as the relationship the Vipers had with Hampshire. So we've been very well looked after, and yeah, it was something that's been in play for the last 5 years. So it wasn't a dramatic shift for us. The Utility Bowl's been our home, and yeah, it's been great. One club, two teams. That's where we're at.
Fantastic. This could be a close one. Single scampered. They're gonna come back for some buzzers. An extra one. Boucher cuts off the throw in the end, and just a little bit ragged there for a second, but the throw needed to happen. Just a bit of backing up, bit of confusion about who was going to do that role. Well, that's great to hear, isn't it? Was there a temptation to continue to be called the Vipers, or was it always about becoming Hampshire Women?
Yeah, it was in the conversation for a long period, actually. We wanted to retain that legacy, that brand identity that came with the Vipers, but in the end it was the right decision. We wanted to buy into the one club, two team mantra, and we're very happy to be a part of the Hampshire family now, and the transition's been very smooth, and the players are very comfortable playing in blue and white or blue and yellow. So it's been good. I'm very, very happy.
Davies pushes off once again. Right arm over the wicket. This one's whipped down the leg side. It will be cut off to that funny angle in front of the PKF Smith Cooper standard. Long leg. So just be a single. I think it's nice that the way you put it there, that you've always got that Vipers legacy, haven't you? And it's imprinted in the timeline, the history of women's cricket down on the central south coast.
Yeah, very, very proud of our period as the Vipers, 2016 through to 2024. We've retained a Viper identity across the region within our pathway. We thought that was very important. We're a consortium of 6 counties in the south central region, and we felt it important to retain the orange and black with our stakeholders to ensure that they remain a regional identity rather than everything pulling into Hampshire. So that's been a nice part of the transition, to retain that Viper identity, and we've been able to retain all the branded kit as well to play amongst that
always helps, doesn't it?
The academy and the EPP, yeah. So that's nice to see. A bit of orange and yellow, orange and black still around.
I'll come back to that in a second. We've got a bowling change. We're going to see Nancy Harmon, once of this parish actually, bowling to Tammy Bowmont, who is going to squeeze out another single. So what does that consortium of counties look like now? You know, what's its function?
Well, we've retained the regional territory which is made up of 6 counties, including Hampshire, of which we have a responsibility to develop the best young cricketers across the 6 counties. So we have 3 EPP hubs, emerging player hubs, which is North, Central and Southern. The Southern hub is at Utilita Bowl, and the EPP develops players through to the Viper Academy, of which at any given point their exit would be to play Tier 1, Tier 2 or Tier 3 cricket. So across our 6 we have 1 Tier 1, 1 Tier 2 and 4 Tier 3s. So we can certainly provide a diet of cricket for all our progressive cricketers whilst retaining that Viper identity. So it's a win-win for me, and I believe that our stakeholders are retained, bought into it, and they're happy with the way it's been transitioned and the way we intend to move forward. So we're in a good place as a region.
It's quite important that as well, isn't it? Because it could become every county for itself and lose some of that traction of what the regional legacy is across the whole country. As Bowmont's teased Lauren Bell there at mid-off and just got it over her, and that'll be another 4 to the tally for the Blaze and for Bowmont, who moves on to 80.
Yeah, we formed strong relations with our 6 counties over the last 5 years, and it was important to retain those relationships. So we have a vested interest in the progression of the 6 counties, of which we are fully invested and bought into. And as a consequence of that, we take close view of all 6 counties at senior level.
Pulled away by Bowmont. 1 bounce for. There's still a ball to come here. A bit of a roll of the dice from Hampshire, trying to buy a wicket perhaps with Harman's ball, and it's not quite worked out so far. And you've got the most improved cricketer in the country, I think, in Lauren Bell. You know, despite the result down under, she had an incredible Ashes, I thought, and looks to become a multi-dimensional bowler at international cricket. As another England cricketer throws the kitchen sink at that one, but it'll be no run well cut off.
Yeah, Lauren has been on a journey with her bowling, and it's certainly bearing fruit now. She had a very progressive winter down under, irrespective of the team's outcomes. She performed exceptionally well, and she's taken that into the summer. And we're really pleased with where she's at, and she's an integral part of Hampshire and England, and we're very proud to have her on the south coast.
And how important and how often will you have the England players in the ranks of, you know, we've covered a few games so far here at Trent Bridge, and we've had at least, you know, we've had 2 England international opening batters facing 2 England international bowlers on 2 occasions now here at Trent Bridge. How often is that going to happen?
Well, I sense that with the new leadership group at Team England that there will be a degree of decentralisation amongst the England players, and they will look to the counties to provide a diet of training and well-being. So I'm hopeful that there will be a greater presence across both formats of England players. We're aware that there's significant availability over the first 7 games of the 50 over comp, and we believe we're going to get them for a pocket of the T20 blast in between the West Indies series and the later series of the summer. So we're hopeful that we're going to see more than we have done in previous years, and the start of this year has been very progressive. It's great to see competition amongst the centrally contracted players playing for their counties, and it's good to see them compete with aspiring domestic cricketers that have ambition to get contracts. So all in all, it's proven very positive. I know for counties, I hope it's been the same for Team England.
Here's one trying to get back in the England side in Freya Davies, who's full and straight there, fields off her own bowling once again. We've seen that a few times, haven't we? The ball being struck back at the bowlers very hard.
Yeah.
It's a bit more straightforward when you're a slow bowler, but as a seamer, the reaction times and head down at the ground, having snapped through the crease. Shaking a hand again there. Davies in once again to Tammy Bowmont. Down the leg side. Good take by, very sharp take by Rihanna Southby.
This has been a masterclass from Elwis and Bowmont. Sometimes you've got to doff your cap to players on the opposition side, and these two have really shown us how to consolidate middle overs and take the team to the brink. It's been very impressive.
Beaumont's gone big here. Has she got enough of it for a maximum? It's going to go all the way, straight over, all the way over long on. Umpire signals 6, and looks like Bowmont wants to get this done in double quick time. Yeah, and I know Bowmont's 90 not out now, and potentially go on and entertain the crowd and raise a bat for 3 figures, but I know she's a former colleague of yours, but Elwis, I think she's just one of the best accumulators in the domestic game. Bowmont whips this one along the ground, along the carpet. This is going to go for 4 as well through that mid-on and then long on region. 4 more to Bowmont. She moves on to 94 now. The amount of times Elwis gets 40, 50, 60, and she doesn't particularly do it in boundaries, but she just drops and runs and nags and irritates bowlers. And
yeah, she did it repeatedly for us, or for the Vipers, in 2024. She had a particularly strong summer, and time again she came to the party to get invaluable runs at crunch times of a game, and we were very grateful to have her in our ranks. Very sorry to lose her.
Bowmont, 1 hit from 100, will dab this one down, and it'll be a loud shout and no run. Long on's gone out there. I wondered if Tammy would line that up and try and go to that short boundary, but dot ball nevertheless. That's the end of the over. 169 for 3. 35 overs gone, 21 required. And what I will say is, I'd appreciate coming to the end of this innings, possibly on the be on the wrong end of the result, from where the game currently is. But the opening spell from Freya Davies and Lauren Bell, they really changed the game up. It wasn't straightforward. 33 for 3. It wasn't a particularly straightforward chase. It makes this partnership even more remarkable, actually, because of the situation that they inherited. But there's plenty of fight in this Hampshire side, isn't there?
There is, yeah. We demonstrated that actually on Wednesday at Southport against a pretty formidable opening partnership from Lancashire, and found ourselves on the receiving end of 180 for 0 of 32, staring down the barrel at 330. And the girls really turned up for the last 18 overs of that innings, and that gave myself and the leadership team a lot of heart, how we turned that round. And clearly today at 33 for 3, it certainly had our interest that we were up for the fight again. But again, you've got to show respect to these two batters. They know their game. They managed their game exceptionally well, and they consolidated at quite an uncomfortable period to find themselves 170 for 3. Yeah, you've got to respect those efforts.
Final roll of the dice for Hampshire. Lauren Bell has returned. She's in now, bangs this in. It's pulled away by Bowmont. It's going to race away for 4. It's split, backward point. Backward square leg and deep mid wicket. Bowmont moves on to 98. She's just a couple now away from those 3 figures. She's been due some runs, actually. She got going in 3 games without really making a big score.
Yeah, she is the type of player you want to see the back of before she gets to 35-40. Her conversion rate is pretty strong, domestically and internationally.
Turn around the corner here. There'll be a race on for 2. They ran that first one really hard, but they did change their mind on coming back for a second. There was a bit of an awe from the crowd there. So Bowmont on to 99. Elwis 55 not out. Bell ball in hand. Desperate for a breakthrough here. Is there a final wobble in this tail? Banged in by Bell. That's been given a wide as well. Took a little bit of a time there. I think the two umpires just consulting, but I think the right decision was made. It's just gone dull and even colder, hasn't it?
Is that the weather or Hampshire's performance?
No comment. I can say what I want really though, can't I? Cut away there by Elwis. Another single brings Bowmont on strike. Just gone a bit quiet. Everyone's focus on Tammy Bowmont here. Bell, knees pumping, arms pumping in, and Beaumont's going to sneak through here. That'll be it. 100 for Tammy Bowmont. Come the end of the season, they may look back on this innings as an incredibly important one. 137 minutes for 100, occupied the crease throughout the whole innings. 110 balls, 10 fours, 1 6, really got motoring in that second half of the innings. Bell in once again, squares Elwis up slightly, runs it down to the third region, and take another single. So that's the end of the 36. Blaze 179 for 3. Elwis 57 not out, and Beaumont has just reached her century. Final thoughts from you, Carts. I won't put you through the misery of being here at the end.
Thank you.
Tale of two innings. I thought you guys, you got through the power play, some nice shots. 240 was probably going to be a really good score.
Yeah, we were considering 220 at par as par. We just seemed to find a way of getting out today throughout the innings. There were some pretty soft dismissals that clearly the batters will be disappointed with. So you got to take your medicine when you can't consolidate through the middle overs. I thought we showed fantastic rearguard efforts from our lower middle order to get through to 50 overs because we were at risk of falling in a heap, but clearly the total that we amounted wasn't adequate for this ground, and we were in the game at 33 for 3. So it's a commendable effort by the Blaze to get to where they are. So yeah, we didn't get enough runs, and we'll take that. We accept it, and across the first 4 games of this 50 over campaign, I think we've experienced everything. So we've got enough to take away and reflect on before we get involved in the second half of this first block. And I think we're probably in the right place. 2 wins, a tie and a loss. We'll accept that, and we'll look forward to moving forward from here.
Beaumont's gone big at this one. It's going to sail over Long On, who was interested for a second, but it's gone all the way for 6. It's a real shame for Tyson. I think she's been the pick of the spin bowlers. She's bowled with some control. She's asked questions. She's had to do 2 jobs by defending and attacking. And she's had to bowl her overs in. This is her 4th spell.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she's bowled very well today. Great probing line.
Bowmont down the track again. Full toss here. She's squeezed this behind point. They're going to come back for 2. Bowmont onto 108 now. Really motored the last few overs, really brought the runs required down, the required rate down. Just 2 required now. You're going to be stuck in the chair here, Carts, I'm afraid. But
my taxi's here, actually. I've got to run.
In fact, while they're doing this, I'll do it after this ball. They're in now. The squeeze is on. Bowmont digs that one out. They're going to get it through. Valiant effort in the field to try and stop that. It was hit hard, but it's going to go for 4. The Blaze get up 192 for 3 is the final score. Tammy Bowmont finishes 108 not out. Georgia Elwis 58. The pair of them shared a really valuable partnership there of 159. They've put on a clinic here at Trent Bridge. Great crowd in, food festival happening. The smell of so much diverse food here, and it's brought a really nice crowd in to see some really good cricket. Adam Carty, thanks for joining us. Appreciate your insight. Great to hear that the transition with the Vipers and into the Hampshire Women is going well, and wish you all well for the season, and appreciate you coming on at the end of a run chase. No one wants to be in the box when your team's losing, but appreciate your honesty and your time, and wish you all the best.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to spend time with you, James. Thanks for the time.
So we'll just do a quick wrap up here as Bowmont walks off, the pair of them actually walking off together. Bowmont raises the bat there, a partner clapping her off as well. There'll be a lot of high fives and congratulations for Tammy there. So we're back at Loughborough on Tuesday for the visit of Essex. The players shake hands there. So recap: Hampshire 189 for 7. They did manage to bat all their overs out and turn it into a semi-competitive score, shall we say. The mainstay for the Hampshire batting was Ella McCacken, who backed up her 133 from Wednesday with a 57. There was other contributions down the order from Freya Davies and Nancy Harmon and Poppy Tulloch, but 189 was never really enough. Charlie Phillips bowled with a bit of pace and picked up a couple of wickets. Grace Ballinger 1 for 36 from her 10, bowled very tightly. But the pick of the bowlers was Sarah Glenn with 3 for 36 from her 10. Catherine Bryce very tight as well, none for 22. And Josie Groves completed the set with 1 for 43. In reply, it did get a bit hairy for the Blaze. They were reduced to 33 for 3. Amy Jones nailed 1 to mid-off and was out for 6. Catherine Bryce clothed 1 to backward point for 2. And her sister Sarah Bryce didn't quite get hold of a pull shot that went to square leg for 1. And at 33 for 3, Bowmont was joined at the crease by Georgia Elwis, and the pair put on 159 for the 4th wicket. Bowmont finishing with 112 off 113 balls. Innings including 11 4s and 2 6s, and Georgia Elwis, you know, just was the heartbeat of the innings, really, ticking along, lots of 1s and 2s, just 4 boundaries in the innings, but just accumulated it with such measure and precision. And the Blaze get up in 36.5 overs. So that's the wrap up. There's the summary on the screen. We'll be back at Loughborough for the visit of Essex on Tuesday. I've been James Carr. Thanks to my guests, Marie Kelly, Adam Carty and Lucy Hyam. We'll be back on Tuesday. We'll see you then. Thanks for joining us.